We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Hi guys, I'm Becky Alexander Frost and I own a pattern brand called RJF Makes. RJF Makes is my initials, which is Rebecca Jane Alexander Frost, and most of you might know me as Baffer in the studio when John and Vic say our Baffer when I message in. Favourite thing to make? I think people know me by now. I like to make bags. As you can see, I've got a few bags behind me. Most of my patterns are bags, however there is a few craft style patterns available as well. Claim to fame, I used to previously be on another sewing channel with John and Vix and the team. And basically I used to work alongside some famous pattern designers testing for them. What got me into sewing was my mom. When I was 5, I was standing next to her while she was sewing some bridesmaids dresses for me and my sister, and basically I asked if I could learn to sew. She said I was a bit immature, still immature by the way. She said I'm a bit young to learn, her words, and basically she said maybe when you're a bit older. So when I turned 8, I basically learned to hand sew, and by the age of 11 I had my first sewing machine. I'm now in my late 30s but still act that 8-year-old. My favourite tools or top tips. So I have 2 best friends. One's called the Bulky Sea Maid, which is this, and one is called Quilt Estate. This will help anybody, the Bulky Sea Maid will help anybody if you're got something bulky going underneath your presser foot. This will stop any stitches from jumping and basically missing a stitch. Now this is my best friend when I come to put in zips, and you'll see me use this a lot, I mean a lot. Thank you ever so much, and I'll see you all soon. Bye.
Good morning everybody, how are you? It is me, Stuart Hillard, here with you on Sewing Street. It's really good to have your company. Thanks for joining me today on this gorgeous Thursday. It's cold, goodness me, scraping ice this morning. Oh, I'm not prepared. And I was out in the car park in this short sleeve shirt. I think in my head it's still August 2019. Terrible. Anyway, let's stay nice and warm and cozy inside. Here at Sewing Street, it's always warm and lovely. Now then, thanks for joining us. We have got a fantastic day ahead of us. We have got a fantastic black tag deal to start with. Let me show you this. These are absolutely fantastic, brand new in. We've never had these in before. What you're getting here are 2 designer thread storage boxes. So you've got one which is for thread, and I've just popped some thread in. Yours obviously will come empty. You know me, I have to sort things into colours, so I've just got my threads in there. And then this box is for your bobbins, either filled or empty. You could put your pre-wounds in there, you could put your empty bobbins in there, you might be a long armour, you could put your end bobbins in there. But absolutely great. You've also got like a padded interior here, so you could also maybe like park some pins or needles, something like that in there, and use that as a bit of extra storage. You could of course as well remove that insert and use these in other ways. If you wanted to use this as a mini sewing kit and have your embroidery scissors, your EPP, maybe your glue stick, and a few other things, your seam ripper, dare I mention, the dreaded Grim Ripper. But you've got that insert that goes in there, and that is for your bobbins. Now you can get, let me see, I wonder, do we know how many bobbins this holds already? Or I can do a quick count. We've got 5, 30. So we get 30 bobbins in there. I can never find a bobbin when I need one. With a good organised box like this, you're away. 18 spools of thread, and this will fit your standard kind of Gutermann sew-all. Thread will go in there, or your cotton Gutermann. Metler is going to go in there, no problem as well. Those sort of standard long reels of thread. But 18 of those. Now the price at the moment for both boxes is £29.98. We've had a little look around. We want to do a little bit of price comparison for you. So here we go. £13.94, and that's just for the thread storage. Okay. Exactly the same design. Got that lovely owl fabric on the outside, which is super cute. Also love the fact that you've got this lovely little kind of brass effect locking system on the front. So it's really smart. £13.95 for that. And then here we've got another price comparison for the bobbin storage, £9.99. So combine the two, so we've got about 24, 23, 23.93. So let's go under £20. Let's beat that price. Let's crash the price. There we go, £19.98. That's not bad, is it? No, hang on a minute. This is black tag deal. We crashed twice. I know that. I know that. We give you the lowest possible price. So let's crash that price again and give you our black tag deal. Should we go under 15? Should we go under 15 for both? Let's do it. There you go. That's better. That's our black tag deal. £13.98. Excellent. Now that is a really good price. Remember that just for the large thread storage box, we found that price comparison. That was just for the thread box on its own. You're getting the bobbin box as well. So these are great for every sewer, I think. Yeah, £6.99 a piece these work out at now. Great for you, for keeping your threads. Now, you might put your applique selection in there, your greens, your reds, your neutrals. You might put the threads that you're working on a particular quilt in there. Or this might be your whole thread collection at the moment. You certainly wouldn't get my whole thread collection in there. I'd be multi-buying. And then you can have your blues, your greens, your autumn colours, all beautifully sorted. You could make some little labels to go on. That would be super. And then your bobbins, one of these, a couple of these probably would do me really well. Pre-wound bobbins are great when you're starting a project. Wind 4 or 5 bobbins, because there's nothing worse, is there, than when you're in the zone and you're really sort of enjoying your sewing, having to stop because your bobbin has run out, and now you've got to unthread the machine and start winding a bobbin. If you pre-wind your bobbins and have a few at the ready, you can just swap them over and you are ready to go. Now, these are also incredibly giftable. You know, they've been designed to make them very appealing as gifts. These would make a great little either together, here's your Christmas gift, or separately, or maybe I'm going to keep the thread box so you can have the bobbin box. Easy to wrap as well. I love anything that's just a nice square box. And a really super giftable price. If you're going to split them up, it's £6.99 for each item, but even together under £14 for today's black tag deal. This is just a little taster, of course, of what's to come tomorrow on our Black Friday event. Tomorrow is going to be absolutely huge. Now, the first thing I need to tell you is that throughout the day, there are going to be massive price drops, massive bargains. Nothing that you see actually today is going to be featured tomorrow. So anything that you see today that you love, that you want to snap up, don't hold back, because it's not going to be featured tomorrow. It's all planned in. There are no demos tomorrow. There are no guests tomorrow. It's going to be all price drops, but it's all going to be on items that you will not see today. So it's going to start at 8 a.m, but we're going all the way till 4 o'clock. So we've got extended hours tomorrow. So don't plan anything else. 8 till 4, you're all hours. But we'll have loads of great deals throughout the day. Every reason to get involved. But today's black tag deal are these two fabulous thread storage boxes. You've got one for your reels of thread, one for your bobbins. Another way I like to use bobbins, actually, not just on my sewing machine, but I'll also use them as just a sort of small reel of thread. So if I want to take maybe either something like some mending or some EPP with me, I'll pop a couple of these with the right colour thread into my sewing kit. So you could pop those, or as I say, you could take the insert out and create it as a box for something else. Same with the thread storage box. That insert comes out, so now you've got a box that you could put things like, you know, your scissors, maybe something like let me see, your rotary cutter could go in there. This is rather marvellous, isn't it? Your seam ripper with magnifying glass, wow. But your seam ripper could go in there too. So you could create your own little, you know, you could put your templates for your English paper piecing. That could all go in there too. Some reels of thread perhaps. Say, creating a little Christmas gift. You can actually get a surprising amount in there. Maybe things like some embroidery floss. So maybe you do things like cross stitch or crewel work embroidery, that could go in there too. Marking pens. So you've got a really useful storage box there actually, and that's all going to close up. You've got a nice little sort of locking catch at the front. It's going to keep everything nice and secure as well. The top's a little bit padded too, which is rather nice. So it's definitely my habit when I'm sewing just to pop, you know, a few, I don't know if you can see that, but just pop a few pins in the top as well while I'm working, just so I can grab those as I'm working. So really, really sort of multifunctional little box that. And just fantastic, fantastic value at only $13.98. And remember, that's not for one box. You're getting both of them. You're getting the thread storage, which comes with this insert. You provide the threads. Yours will come empty, but you get that thread storage rack there. But if you prefer, you can take that out. I mean, I would still keep that. You could keep that next to your sewing machine. If you have a sewing table, keep your threads in there, but use your box for storing other things. Very, very giftable. Now, we've noticed lots of you are buying multiples of this. So I'm thinking, are you getting one for you, one for a friend? Are you getting loads to sort out your sewing room? Is that your New Year's resolution already made? Let's get organised. Let's get our threads organised. You know, messy thread, exposed thread actually is wasted. Let's talk about that because, you know, thread, if it's exposed to sunlight, will fade, but also it can become brittle. Particularly if it's out, and you know that threads look lovely out on display. You know, you have those lovely kind of racks with all your threads on, but if they're in direct sunlight and they're constantly exposed to that light, they will become brittle over time and then they'll break while you're using them. They can also fade as well in the sunlight. So actually keeping them in a box with the lid closed, you know, when you're not using it, is going to keep your threads in better condition for longer. So there's lots and lots of reasons to buy these this morning. Don't forget to check out though, will you? You'll only pay 1p&p, so it doesn't matter if there are things later on in the day that you fancy. And while we're talking about later on in the day, do jump ahead, won't you? Everything now for the entire day is loaded. You can pre-order now, and I would, because we've got some fantastic bargains coming up. Let's have a look at how the day is shaping up. Now at 8 a.m. right now we've got black tag offers. At 9 a.m. we've got the wonderful, I've just met her, she is adorable, Victoria Carrington with her Tulip 9-block quilt. How stunning is that? And the closer you look at that quilt, the more beautiful it is. There are so many lovely techniques, really innovative and clever. We've got a different colourway to share with you too, so beautiful demonstrations coming up. That's Victoria Carrington at 9. Now at 10 we've got more black tag offers with savings on patterns. So this is a fantastic opportunity to stock up on your Delphine Brooks patterns and on your Amber Makes patterns. We've got all sorts coming up, loads of other designers. Now at 11 a.m, super excited, Victoria's back with the Tula Pink Solar Flare quilt. This, oh my goodness me, we've got less than 25 available, I'm just saying, and they are already selling today. These are flying out. It's a stunning, stunning quilt. It is an easy quilt as well, let me tell you. Both Victoria and I were talking this morning about how easy that quilt is to construct, but Victoria's going to be doing a demo of the 2 blocks that you make. You'll be amazed. It's terrific. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got 1 more hour of black tag offers. So there is so much today that I know you're going to love. Now then, the whole day is on the website. So let's have a little look at that. So go to www.sewingstreet.com and then click Watch Live. And there we go. We're there. Scroll down, you'll see the early bird and the bestseller, and then everything is on pre-order. Now, some of the products on the website are already at the discounted price. Some of them, many of them, are going to be crashed throughout the morning. Now, I still think there's a very good reason for you to pop those into your baskets and check out, because you will pay the lowest price. So whatever it crashes to, you'll pay the lowest price, even if you've already checked out. But we've got layer cakes, we've got 10-inch stacks, we've got jelly rolls and strip rolls, fat quarter bundles. We've got a mega bundle of Tula, which is absolutely incredible. We've got Victoria's quilt there, 10 metres of fabric with that pattern. Absolutely gorgeous. Then you've got loads of instructions. This is that pattern hour I was talking about. Have a look through that, because you could really bag yourself a bargain. They're all showing at full price at the moment. Those prices are going to crash, but they may go so quickly that you might miss out. So I'd pop them in your basket and check out if there's anything that you want. Now, then we come to the Tula. Hello, hello, hello. Look at that. Isn't it stunning? It's absolutely off the charts. It's foundation paper pieced. It is easy foundation paper pieced. Trust me on this. It is really easy. You get all of the foundation papers included with your kit. You don't have to photocopy anything, enlarge anything, trace anything. All done for you, all included, full instructions, all of the fabric. It is such a massive bundle of fabric. It almost brought me to tears. I'm hoping we'll have it in the 11 o'clock show, but we might have already sold out. So what can I say? Look, here it is. That's just a bit of it. Look at the binding. I love it. I love it. And then that final hour More black tag offers. Fat Quarter collections. Oh, is that the... Oh, what was that? Just go back up a little bit more. Oh, look. The Stratosphere. I love that collection. The Stratosphere. Now, if you loved the Tim Holtz Alchemy, but you missed out, and you love my alchemy quilt, you could make it using the Stratosphere. That would work so well. Or even if you got the alchemy fabric collection, this would work so well with it and expands the colour palette. That pattern, by the way, remember, is available as a download on my website. So go and check that out if you want. We've got some beautiful, beautiful Christmas panels. All sorts there. Some ombre. That's all the way up till 1 o'clock. So do jump ahead, have a look through, see what tickles your fancy, and don't forget to stay with us, and I will get my iPad working and I will be able to read your messages. Do message in, won't you? Do please message in. It's easy to do that. You can either do that on the website. There's a little box there for sending a message to the studio. So that's a nice, quick and easy way of sending a message. Or you can email us, studio@sewingstreet.com. Or message the studio on Facebook at Sewing Street TV. Hurrah! Now then, let's get started on our black tag offers. Let's start with something very close to my heart, which is really aimed at bag makers. Now, this is a PU bundle, and this is really a mega bundle for the bag maker, because what you're getting here is a bundle of PU fabric. Now in total you're getting 3 meters, so you're getting 6 different colour options, and I'm going to lay them out so you can have a little look at these. This PU is really gorgeous. It's like a fine greyed leather effect, so it's really nice and smooth. It has got a gentle sheen to it, so you've got these 5 what we might call more of the sort of natural colours, if you like. So you've got a navy, a black, you've got this, which is kind of like a silver taupe, and then you've got a chocolate brown, and then this really lovely sort of burgundy, really rich. And then, just to add a little bit of pizzazz, we've got this fabulous gold, and this does have a really fabulous metallic sheen. You can see that. Now this should be $41.94. That's the price that's on screen at the moment, but this is black tag deal. So for today and today only, it's only going to be available today, $34.95. Now let's just break that down for how much you're paying per half metre, because in each half metre you've got a whole bag, haven't you? Depending on the size of the bag, of course, but I mean realistically this is a bag outer strap. It's wider than regular width fabric as well. Is this a 54 wide? 54 wide. So, you know, absolutely loads of fabric there. That half metre now at this price is costing £5.80. So £5.80 for your outer bag. That's just amazing. When you factor then in buying yourself a little bit of metalware, maybe some bag feet, look really smart on a PU bag, some little bag feet on the bottom. If you've never used bag feet before, literally just, they're like putting studs on something. They're just like a little stud with prongs. Push through, open out, you're done. And that'll just stop your bag sitting on the floor. So less than £6 per half metre, and you've got a selection of 6. You gold, black, navy, grey, chocolate brown, and burgundy wine. Yeah, these would mix really well with your designer fabrics as well, either in the lining or maybe something like adding a little, maybe a bit of covered piping cord between some seams, or piped seams around the outside edges. That always looks very smart on a bag. Lots of you have got this in your basket. Remember, if you're multi-buying, you're going to get a bundle of 1/2 meters and a second bundle of if you buy 2. Okay, they're pre-cut. But I just want to show you, they're really, if you've never sewn with PU before, and you're likening it to leather, I mean, a lot of leathers can be quite fine grade, but you might think, oh, is it really thick to work with? Is it difficult? Is it kind of clunky and bulky under the sewing machine? It's actually, it's very, very stable, but it's actually really thin. So it's very, very easy to sew. It's very, very easy to shape as well. So if you were using this for a thin piping, you'd get a really good effect, really crisp. Obviously, you're not going to use an iron with this. You're going to use something like a seam roller. And if you don't have one, we certainly will have them on the website. But what you want to do then is just roll your seams when you've sewn them together, and use things like wonder clips to hold your edges together when you're sewing. No pins. Now, you won't need to use a leather needle either when you're sewing with this, but I would recommend a Microtex or just a nice sharp needle. So I wouldn't use universal, and certainly don't use ballpoint. You want something with a nice sharp piercing point, but you don't need to use a leather needle. Very easy to sew with. Just don't iron it. But that's a fabulous bundle, isn't it? That would make a cracking selection of bags. And of course, if you like making smaller clutch bags, then you could probably get 2 or even 3 out of each piece. So if you think about that, you know, for a clutch bag, your PU costing £2. That's amazing. Maybe you make and sell. What a great way of stocking up. Remember, this price will go up at midnight tonight. So you need to get ahead, get this in your basket, get checked out, and then you'll know that you've got your stock, and at that wonderful price, £34.95. 3 meters. 3 meters of lovely PU fabric. Now, let's do another. This is fun. I like this. Barley pops. Now, Hoffman Fabrics, one of the very first companies I ever dealt with back in, oh gosh, it must have been about 1998. And I was absolutely dazzled by Hoffman Fabrics then. I am still dazzled by them now. They are market leaders in particular in producing barley batiks. And they introduced the barley pop really right at the start of our love affair with 2.5-inch strips of fabric. And barley pops are their barley batik version. Now, where shall we start? They're both absolutely yummy, aren't they? Let's be honest. Now, this one is called Spice. This appeals to me massively. These are those lovely, warm, rich colours. It's this time of year, I guess, but you've got wonderful kind of espresso, cappuccino, chocolate browns. You've got chestnuts in there as well. Not literally chestnuts. You're currently paying £1 a strip because you get 40 strips in a barley pop. You've got beautiful creams. And then these rich wine colours, greens, a little bit of turquoise there, which has such a pop. Now, we only have 4 of these available. And when I crash the price, they might go very quickly. So be at the ready. Let's take £10 off. Go on. Go on. So that's a 25% reduction. £29.99 now. Grab them quick. That's the Spice Barley Pop from Hoffman. It is amazing quality fabric. And batiks mix beautifully, perfectly with other quilt weight cottons. So don't be thinking, gosh, do I have to then buy more batik to go with? What if I just want some white strips or some cream strips in between, or chocolate brown or something like that? Just use your Rose and Hubble quilt weight cotton, absolutely perfect for mixing in with this. Or you might even team this with something like a strip roll. So for example, coming up we have got these from Free Spirit from Tula Pink, this would mix perfectly well, absolutely perfectly well with that, would work really well. So that's your Bali batik or your Bali pop 40-piece collection from Hoffman. This is Spice and it's just dropped by 25% to $29.99. Too many of you have got this in your basket, so you're going to have to check out. Morning everyone that's watching, by the way. Morning Claire. Thanks for your lovely message this morning. Caroline, morning to you too. Have a good day. Yeah, well, it's going to be a great day. Morning Susan. Very cold here in Derbyshire. It's very cold everywhere in Britain, I think, at the moment. Friends of mine are in Cape Verde at the moment. I don't think it's cold there. But they are coming home today, so... yeah, they're going to get a shock tomorrow, aren't they? Patricia, morning. Hope you have a good day, love from Blackpool. Thanks, Patricia. Philippa too, good morning. Love your shirt and the storage boxes. Owls are my favourite. Well, you and me both. They're gorgeous, aren't they? And such a bargain. That's what today's all about. Now, shall we have a look at the other barley pop while we've still got any left? If you missed out on Spice, this is absolutely lovely too. This has got a gorgeous winter vibe going on, hasn't it? It's got those really fabulous kind of wintry, crisp blues there. And then you've got some cream tans. You've got some more kind of icier tones there. Some greys, some beautiful kind of rusty reds, some deeper tones. And then these beautiful, if you can see just at the top here, they're kind of really deep, kind of charcoal and blacks. It's a fabulous selection. You know what we're going to do to the price already. I'm a bit of a one-trick pony in this hour. We're dropping all the prices. There it goes, $29.99. So that's going to fly too, isn't it? How many have we got of these? We've got a few more of these, actually. We've got a few more of these, but even so, not many. A couple over 10. Yeah. Not a couple over 10. That's a very strange way of saying 12, isn't it? But yeah, we don't have many. In the great scheme of things, what's that? What's 12? It's not many. Gosh, we know that you love 2.5-inch strips. We love batiks. Hoffman are one of my favourite fabric companies. Hoffman, California. They've been doing beautiful batiks for years, and they just get better and better. And their barley pop selections are fabulous. They're packed in a way that kind of, I think it makes it look less than it is, because when you compare a typical strip roll or like a jelly roll or something like that, you're actually getting the same amount of fabric in your barley pop. You're still getting 40 2.5-inch strips, and they are the full width of fabric, 42, 44 inches wide, you know. So you're getting the same. Each one's got that sort of individual look. It's been blended together, I mean, really expertly. This is called denim. Which I guess you've got those lovely denim tones down here and maybe a little in here, but it's these cardinal reds and this grey and then mixed with some brown. I mean, just incredible. There's so many beautiful quilts you could make. And just giggling. Jill sent a message saying, every time you say PU, it makes me laugh. Right. PU. Oh my goodness. It's just as well I know what it is, because otherwise I'd call it poo. Let's do natural fat quarters. Yeah, these are cute. Now these, very, very timely these, because I tell you what I would make with these, and that's lovely gift bags for Christmas. Got a bit of a Scandi theme going on here. Now let's start with this red selection. I'm just going to open the pack up just so you can see what's inside. These would also make the most gorgeous Scandi inspired Christmas tree decorations. So what you're getting in here, you're getting 4 fat quarters. But what's different is you've got a sort of bit of a different fabric profile, because you've got a fat quarter of Hessian / burlap. Okay, so that's a really much coarser weave, This is going to be fantastic actually. If you think those sort of cookie cutter shapes, so gingerbread people, big stars, hearts, circles, create those shapes. You could even use cookie cutters to create your templates and draw around. Maybe bond this to something like Decaville, so that there's a bit of firmness to the back, or even bond 2 layers together, and then use that as a base. You don't have to finish the edges, just cut them out, and then cut smaller shapes out using the other fabrics. You've got a lovely cheery gingham there. You've got this, which is almost like a sort of almost like a linen texture fabric really, that's overprinted with snowflakes, with this little red petals in as well, which really makes it jolly, and then a little heart print. Now, £12.99 at the moment. You know that's going to change. It's going to crash. Oh my goodness, £1.87 a fat quarter, £7.49. Hurrah! Well, now then, that's some lovely Christmas decorations, isn't it? Or, you know, you could use things like the hessian, the burlap, to create some little gift bags. Or even, actually, even faster than that, you can buy, you know, like the sort of brown paper bags that you sometimes get takeaways in. Now, I'm really keen on those for gifting. So grab one of those, cut out some shapes from your fabric. You could put Bondaweb on the back first and then carefully iron that to the brown paper bag, or you could glue it, hot glue gun or even Pritt stick, you know, that kind of thing, and stick them to the front. Create your own little, maybe some ribbon there as well, a few little embellishments. Just look in your stash and see what you've got. But I think having that burlap and the lovely cheery gingham, that's a great bargain selection there. You could also make some really nice Scandi inspired Christmas stockings as well. Very versatile. Now then, we've got a brown selection. Similar kind of idea, and I suspect a similar price. Yeah, let's do that. It's going to crash down. It should be £12.99, but it's only £7.49 up until midnight. Now you've got a brown gingham there. And then you've got this lovely kind of cappuccino spot. And again, it's on that sort of heavier, like a sort of almost like a heavier slubby linen texture. You've got a white heart printed there. And then on the back you've got a polka dot, a white polka dot. So really nice selection. No burlap in this one. They'd mix and match really well. They're a cotton and hessian mix, these fabrics. So they're a bit sturdier. So they'd be great for things like wine carriers. And if you like that sort of shabby chic look, that sort of Scandi, you know, kind of in the woods, log cabin, you know, the hygge, you know, that hygge kind of feel that a lot of people like at Christmas, that being cozy, that being contented. It kind of fits in with that vibe for me. You could also use these to create some really nice coasters, mug rugs, placemats, things like that as well. Just create a whole kind of cozy look. They'd be really nice actually if you bought some mugs, some plain maybe like white mugs. You could create some mug cozies and some coasters maybe as well, and maybe like some nice posh hot chocolate mix, something like that in a basket. What a lovely gift, you know. And then just add some like a little button loop and a button to each mug hug so it can go around the mug. That would be really fun with that selection. We've got less than 20 of that Tula pink quilt kit. We've planned a show with Victoria Carrington at 11 o'clock. Although I've got to say, if the whole Tula pink quilt sells out, Victoria and I could just sit and chat because she is fascinating and wonderful. And we had a wonderful time chatting this morning. So, but we just think it's fair to say, yeah, less than 20 now. Oh goodness. I knew that was going to be popular though as soon as I saw it, and there was a lovely little video I saw of Tula introducing it, and just blown away by it. Now this is lovely. This is very lovely. 4 plain natural colours. You've got that piece of Hessian. Okay, so this, another thing you can do with this is you can see, I'm not going to open it out, but you can see like how on the cut edge you can very easily, because it's very coarsely woven, you can very easily pull away the weft, just leaving the warp, which means that it's very easy to create like a fringe effect around. So for example, if you wanted to make some really simple coasters, you can use this as a base, take out the threads around the outside edge to create a little fringe all around the outside edge, and then just applique something or a couple of layers in the centre. I mean, it's very simple and quick. You've also got kind of ecru and like an eggshell. That's finer, that's softer. Let's go under £5. Come on. Let's go under 5. Well done if you've already got that. Don't worry, you'll pay the £4.99. £4.99? £1.24 a fat quarter. They are still fat quarters, you know. That's fabulous. Absolutely great. What a great day to be tuned in. We've got one more fat quarter pack in that selection. This is cute. Now these are 100% cotton. These are more like our sort of regular quilt weight cottons, these ones. Got a pretty selection. These would mix really nicely in your stash. You've got an ecru and red floral there. You've got a lovely little gingham check. A ditzy floral, that's nice and bright and cheery. And then this lovely kind of cranberry red. That would fit in really nicely if you have kind of like sort of Japanese style fabrics. That would fit in nicely. £6.99 is our regular price for this, which is £1.74 a fat quarter. But it's Black Friday warm-up, so let's crash it. £3.99 for that. So that's 99p a fat quarter, isn't it? Wow. It's a really cool day, isn't it? We've got loads of these all day long. We've got another couple of hours of black tag deals coming up at 10 and also at 12. So there'll be all sorts of different things coming up. I've seen the selection. It's terrific. Make sure you shop ahead, won't you? Because lots of you are buying multiples of things. Lots of you are shopping ahead. Those stocks will dwindle. They'll disappear before we even get to the shows. So if there are things that you would really like, you know now the sort of price crashes we're doing. We'll always, always give you the lowest price. No matter when you bought today, we'll always give you that lowest price. So rest assured. £3.99 for fat quarters. That's a gift price. That is a stocking filler. A rather lovely one. That's a metre of fabric at the end of the day for less than £4. But you've got 4 different fabrics. They would work beautifully. Again, in your sort of Scandi style Christmas would be absolutely lovely. Absolutely lovely. Let's do some Tula pink. Yes, let's do that. So, is that the roll? The roll, yeah. Now, Tula pink is well known for creating beautiful, colourful fabric collections and quilts. But of course, in most quilts, you want neutrals, you want quieter fabrics, you want maybe something that's going to just be a little more restful. But Tula actually created this range of fabric really to highlight the beauty of neutrals. This is called line work. There are little pops of colour in here, you see. And so what you could do here is you could just mix these in with a few like neon brights, a few neon solids would be absolutely amazing. But maybe 10% in your quilt, 90% line work, but just a 10% pop of neon colour would absolutely bring this to life. You've got some lovely animal prints there. You've got pandas, you've got zebras, you've got birds. I'll show you some of those fabrics actually, they're really lovely. Now at the moment we're showing you the 10-inch stack or 10-inch charm pack. And you've got some fabulous designs. Have a look at these. I think you've got 2 or 3 of each. You've got some neutrals there. Normally this would be $44.99. Oh, look at that. This is really only in clearance now because when it was shipped, this actually was stuck on a ship and didn't arrive for the launch when we had the rest of the collection. So today, let's see that price. $35.99. There we go. That's a great price for Tula Pink. If you're going for the Solar Flare quilt, by the way, any little leftovers that you've got from that kit, they're all Tula Pink True colours. They would look amazing mixed with this. But also, what about using these to piece a backing for the Solar Flare quilt? They would be amazing, just as they are, or cut up and made into a 9-patch, something like that. This is one of my favourites. How beautiful is that? This one also, kind of like a geode, isn't it? Really, really stunning. Love the pandas. And remember, in this stack, you're getting 42 10-inch squares. That's delightful too. Again, you've got those lovely pops of colour. So really, if you wanted to add extra colour into your quilt, it's just about picking out some of these lovely little bright pops of colour. They're kind of bright pastels. There's a few neons in there. I love the polka dot. That is absolutely beautiful. And this is super too. It's kind of like a swallow and stars, hearts, that kind of thing. Really is a beautiful collection. And that's $35.99. So you're paying less than £1 per 10-inch square, 85 pence per square, which is absolutely fab. So that's our 10-inch. Now you've got exactly the same prints in the strip roll, the design roll, okay? So that's this one right here. So if you've got patterns for jelly roll or strip rolls, they're going to work. These are 2.5-inch strips by the width of the fabric. $35.99, exactly the same price. It's a great bargain. There are the designs that you're getting. And of course, you can mix and match these with other Tula collections. They'd also mix and match really well with things like Tim Holtz, Alchemy. They would mix really beautifully with Anna Maria Horner or Cave Facet, where you've got sort of loads of really bold colour, but not a lot in the more neutral background, black and white. I mean, black and white prints are so hard to find. So hard to find. They also actually as well, interesting thing here, like babies really only see black and white to begin with, and contrast. They don't really see colour. So actually a gorgeous baby quilt made basically in black and white with a few little pops of colour would be so, I mean, gorgeous to look at, but also really appealing to a baby. Now then, while we're still on the subject of Tula Pink, we've got Tula Pink. It's not solid really, you know, you've got it looks solid, it looks like a plain white piece of fabric, but you've actually got, it's overprinted. It shows much better. We've got a picture, that picture I think you can see the design's much better. It's basically like a swallow, you know those sort of like 1950s style swallow tattoos? Yeah, it's like that. Stars and hearts. Now that is already at the reduced price of $35.99. We've only got 2 of these available. Excuse me. Now we also do this in black. Now the black, I think, this appeals to me very much. I love putting bright colours with black. So you can see the design's a bit better there. There's that swallow, hearts, stars, these little polka dots. Again, same price, $35.99 for 42 10-inch squares. Now, we're doing a deal today where you can get the black one and the white one for £71.98. So £35.99 each. That makes sense. £71.98 for both of them. However, we're going to go under £60. So remember, this is just for buying them both together. You're getting one black and one white, so 84 10-inch squares in total for £59.98. Wow, that's great. So that's £29.99 per 10-inch charm. Yeah, per pack. That's amazing. We've never done that before. 84 in total. I mean, actually, if you just wanted a black and white quilt, something really pared down, or black and white plus one little pop of colour, that would be amazing. We've had a message from Kaylee. First one of the day. Hi, good morning. It's my birthday, Kaylee. Happy birthday to you. Looking forward to treating myself to some bargains and hopefully get to see you showing how to foundation paper piece, as I have not done it. Kaylee, that's going to be our birthday present to you. We're absolutely going to show you how to foundation paper piece. You're going to love it. It's the gift that keeps on giving, because once you learn how to foundation paper piece, you're set for life. You'll love it. It opens up a whole world of possibilities. And thank you for sharing your birthday with us. It's really sweet. Kath from Greater Manchester's messaged in and said, morning Stuart, loving the show. I'm actually in the process of making a baby quilt with the Tula pink linework fabrics. Great minds. Absolutely. It is perfect for baby quilts. I know that often when we're picking fabrics for a baby quilt, we go kind of pastels or whatever, kind of sweet prints, but black and white is the most kind of stimulating and appealing for babies. Yeah, interesting. Now, if you do want both of those 10-inch charms, remember you're getting 84 Tula pink 10-inch charms, 42 black, 42 white, £29.99 each. You're only getting that price of £59.98 up until midnight tonight. At midnight tonight, it will go back up. It's not going to be shown again tomorrow. It's not part of our Black Friday deal. The price isn't going to crash any further. It is literally while stocks last. Tomorrow's deals have all been planned out. They don't include anything that you see on today's shows. I know it's tempting to sort of wait and think, oh, but I'll wait and see what the price drops to tomorrow. But it won't. None of these products will be featured tomorrow. But, I mean, goodness me, we've got enough bargains, haven't we? Got loads of good stuff. I'm sort of thinking, would it be wrong to order? Can I order and talk at the same time? I don't think I can do that. Now, design role wise, we've got the same possibilities, the same choice. So we've got the black one, £35.99. Same, it's not plain black, remember, it's got that print on it, which is kind of in a sort of charcoaly grey, which is lovely. It just adds a bit of extra interest in the background. Now, if you just want the black one, great deal, £35.99, you're getting 40 pieces. Now, if you just want the white one, again, £35.99, a great price again, you're getting 40 pieces. And of course, if you just like the white, that's the one to go for. However, we have got a deal for both. And you can probably guess what it is. Not £71.98, but crashing down under £60. Works out at £29.99 each, £59.98. And you're getting 80 2.5-inch strips. So this is really useful, you know, because like, for example, those white ones are going to mix so beautifully. Look, how lovely. This one's coming up. But how beautifully would that mix together with your Moda jelly roll? So those two combined, we've got a double bed queen size quilt. Thank you very much. If you're going for the black one, what about mixing that maybe with Words to Live By from Gingerbread? This is going to work really beautifully. Okay, or maybe you've got something like a K facet, maybe like the ocean or the prism design roll. That would be amazing with the black. £29.99 is how that price works out if you buy the combo of the black and the white. You really don't see that at all, do you? $29.99 for a 40-piece designer 2.5-inch strip roll. And I know that they're all one fabric, but most if you're going to make like a jelly roll, strip roll quilt, you usually need some kind of neutral. I mean, imagine if you were doing something like a log cabin quilt, for example, and you wanted to do K-facet brights and black. You've got the joy of having your strip roll. Great, it's already 2.5-inch strips. I can just cut them to length, but then you've got 3.5 meters of black fabric that you've then got to start cutting up into strips that exactly match. By buying a sort of solid 2.5-inch strip roll, that's already done. So you can literally jump straight to the sewing. This should be $44.99 each. You're getting them for under £30. It's an absolute, it's a bit of a steal, isn't it? Don't let that offer pass you by. It's our black tag deal. Today is full of them. Now then, we've got a fat 1/8 bundle, and this is so pretty. Yeah, this is so lovely. I've got one that's already been opened, which I'm hoping somebody will just give to me at some point. It's unlikely, isn't it? You have to pat me down every time I leave. Now you're getting 35 fat 8s. This is how it'll come, all beautifully be ribboned. Would make a very gorgeous Christmas present, wouldn't it? Either to you or someone you love very much. Now, fat 8, if you've not used them before, I'll open one up so you can see. But essentially, it's half of a fat quarter. Isn't that a pretty design? Okay, so that's half your fat quarter. Because if you imagine, here's the selvage over here. If I grab a second one, so that combined, that's your fat quarter. So it's been split this away. So it creates a piece of fabric that's approximately 9 inches by 21. That's the usual dimensions that are given for a fat 8. It can vary a little bit, but it tends to be that sort of size. And this collection is called Mill Hill Creek, and it's got a wonderful sort of, this collection actually makes me think of it makes me think of vineyards. It makes me think of the gorgeous kind of vine leaves and the grapes and the sort of the earth. It's got those lovely sort of deep purple tones, greens. It actually has a little bit of a William Morrissey feel to it as well. It's really pretty. Look at all these gorgeous fabrics. Let me get at some of these purples. It's never been reduced before, actually, this. And we're going straight in. Now, at the moment, it's $74.99. But remember, you are getting 35 fat 8s. Can we go under 60? Can we go under 60? Yeah. There you go. $59.99. Now we've only got 11 in stock. How lovely is that? Look at that. If you do doll making, if you're quilt maker, I mean, this would make the most beautiful quilt. There's a gorgeous selection of lilacs there and purples, some really beautiful greens. You've got a good selection of neutrals as well in there, and they're a lovely warm selection of tan shades. This is absolutely beautiful, actually. Really nice. I've only ever seen this wrapped up, but actually when you get the fabrics out, that is fabulous. Yeah, I've only ever seen it at $74.99 as well, to be fair. That is absolutely glorious. I haven't finished. Look, I've still got all of these lovely neutrals to go in. Come on, Elliot, pull that camera back. This is a big shot. This is your moment. Look, 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 look. I mean, that's amazing. All right, get that in the boot of my car now. Now, I say. That's amazing. That is a quilt on the table, isn't it? All it needs is you to sew it together. Really, really stunning. I've got to put this away now. I'm going to put that there for now. Words to Live by Gingerbird. There are so many beautiful jelly rolls, design rolls, layer cakes. We haven't got time to go through them all. There's so many. And don't forget, we've got that gorgeous PU bundle. That's just for you. That was just for you. Lovely bundle of PU. Now, Gingerbird, Words to Live By. I've loved this roll. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's a little bit modern. We've only got a few. Less than 15. We've got a few more than 10. 15. Yeah, there we go. I'll never live that down, will I? But gorgeous little soft pink shades. We've got some orange in there. This is really pretty. I'm hoping this might appeal to Victoria Carrington. We were talking about colours and styles and things. This has got a lovely kind of soft, gentle, there's some nice colour in there, but it's not really sort of bright and in your face. It's quite subtle. The blues are soft. It's only ever been on air twice before. I'm the only person that's ever touched it. And it's always been $44.99. But today, not today, £10 off. $34.99, but only until midnight. After that, it's going to go back up in price. So, while that's still available, apparently all I need to re-roll this is 2 forks and a friend. Don't ask. Don't ask. Victoria's giggling. That's what I was told, Victoria. 2 forks and a friend. Look, I didn't have the friend or the fork. So look at the complete and utter hash. It looks like a cross-section of a brain, doesn't it? Oh, terrible. Now, Moda Happy Days 5-inch. This is our only 5-inch charm pack. I do love a charm pack. This is Sherry and Chelsea. This is really cute, and a nice selection of colours actually. Got some lovely navies, some greys, mustard, some lovely coral. If you're a Bonnie and Camille fan, I think you'll like this. Some lovely aquas, and some, they're hardly neutral, but they're in that sort of low volume. Now we've only got 20. We've only got 20. A bit more than 19. $11.99. There we go. That's a bargain. Well, everything's been a bargain this morning, hasn't it, really, so far? Some wonderful, wonderful deals. Now, of course, lots of things we didn't get to, but we'll try and get to in the next hour or two when we come back. Now, after the break, I'll be here with Victoria Carrington and the most beautiful tulip quilt that's been behind me for the last hour. So do stay tuned. You've just got enough time. Pop that kettle on. Get yourself a bicky. Or 2. It is Thursday. Why not? And I'll see you then.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hey friends, how are you doing? How's your morning started? We're having a great time here at Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. I'll be with you for the next hour, in fact for the whole morning. But Victoria Carrington, you're with me now.
Yes.
Victoria, there you are, you're with me now. That was sort of slightly threatening overtone then, wasn't it? You're mine. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah, first time with you.
No, I'm very excited to meet you.
I know, me too.
Heard lots of good things and seen lots of good things, including that beautiful, I mean absolutely beautiful quilt that's hanging behind you. What do you call it? The
Tulip bouquet quilt, I
Tulip
think.
bouquet.
Yes. Yes.
I know that when you've made a lot of quilts, it's like having lots of children, isn't it? You can't remember all their names.
I know. I was driving here this morning because I've got quite a few and I fold them up so you can't see the front bit. I was thinking,
Is that
I hope I've
children?
got the right one.
Do you ever do that with your kids?
Oh yeah, definitely.
When you leave a party, I hope I've got the right ones. Goodness me. Oh, I probably want to swap mine. Now, we have got an entire bundle of fabrics to make a quilt like Victoria's. Now, Victoria used fabrics from her stash for that quilt, so it's not to reproduce the exact fabrics, but we have picked a really fabulous selection of fabrics actually to create your own version. Now, that price, £106.24. Okay, and now that is all the fabric to create all of the blocks, all of the background fabric. You're also getting the fabric to create that gorgeous little tiny flange border inside and the binding. There's 10 metres of fabric in total for £106.24, except that today is a Black Friday warm-up, Victoria, so we're not going to do £106.24. We're going to drop the price to £96.24. That is fab. £10 off. But we're still giving you those split pays. So for just £48.12, you can get Victoria's beautiful quilt pattern. I forgot to mention, of course, you're not just getting 10 metres of fabric, you're getting Victoria's pattern, which is smashing, absolutely beautiful. And there are so many different techniques in here.
Yeah.
It's really full of technique. I love it. I love it. So, I mean, as mentioned earlier on, when you first look at the quilt, you need to take a much closer look. You need to look closer because there's loads of cool techniques in there. So you're getting all of that in this pattern. The quilt itself is 74 inches square. So that's going to be a fabulous topper for a double or queen size bed. It would also make a really gorgeous quilt to go over a twin. It would be lovely on a sofa, wouldn't it? It would be really lovely on a sofa. That is a little bit of heaven, isn't it? A little safe haven. Is your house full of lovely floral things? And soft, gentle?
Yeah, it's all quite pastely and pale, but I always just fold quilts up and put them in the cupboard because I don't want them to get
You don't use
food on them. And
Okay, just bear with me for one moment, please. I feel an intervention coming on. Victoria.
I know, it's
you don't
terrible.
Use your quilt.
If I put that on my sofa, it'd be
Yeah.
covered in lollipops and Coke and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, you know what I mentioned earlier on about I probably want to swap my children. Have a think about that. Okay, fair enough. I get you.
And I like, because obviously I can bring them here then, can't I? If I had stains all over, I'd
There
be a
is
bit...
that. But quilts are washable. As I always say, you can wash quilts.
That's
you know.
true.
All these fabrics are 100% cotton. They can be washed. Let's have a look at those beautiful fabrics. Now, you're getting, let me show you what you're getting actually in this bundle because it's really fab. So you've got your tulip bouquet quilt pattern. It's really good extensive pattern this. You've got loads and loads of detail in there. As I say, it's 74 inches square. It's very rich in detail, very rich in technique as well. And a lovely little pic there. Is that one of the lollipop children? Yes, there's one of the culprits. Looks like butter wouldn't melt.
I know. She's
Yes.
a bit older now, though.
Fair enough. Yeah, a bit more mobile.
Yeah.
Now then, you're getting 4.5 meters of this fabric here, which is kind of a lovely kind of warm neutral. It's called nude. I definitely don't look like that. Just saying. Anyway, that's 4.5 meters of nude. And then you're going to have 1 meter of solid lavender. Now this is to do your flange and your binding, okay? So that's going to be a lovely little pop of colour. So we've, changed some of the arrangement of some of the fabrics, but it's still going to look absolutely fabulous. It's almost got a little bit of a 1930s vibe, this quilt to me, hasn't it? Yeah, it's that kind of, little bit kind of feed sack vibe. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Love that. Getting 1 meter of that. And then 0.5 meters of these. That's it, isn't it? So you're getting some love. These are really pretty, aren't they? Some gorgeous green florals. That's absolutely amazing, like a sort of magnolia. Pretty. Gorgeous little pops there. And you want that variety of greens, don't you, Victoria, in a quilt?
And I generally make quilts that look a bit sort of scrappy.
Yeah.
So sometimes you don't want them necessarily with all the same fabric range, but sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. So I tend to go for the sort of scrappy look. So that's what we did with this bundle.
Absolutely. It's all about getting that kind of eclectic mix, isn't it? And of course, as well, don't forget, I'm sure, Victoria would endorse this, look into your stash as well if you want to throw in a few extra greens. Go for it.
Yeah.
And then you're getting fat quarters of all of these different fabrics. So these you're going to use for your tulips, excuse me, your tulip sort of star elements. So you've got these gorgeous kind of blues and purpley lilacs, so pretty. That's gorgeous. And then you've got some lovely corals. Look at that. That is super. There's a bit of Riley Blake there. Some soft rose pinks. So again, it's all those lovely, soft, warm pastel colours. And then really delightful, some golds there. Those are absolutely lovely. Oh, we're dropping the price again. Just a little bit. Oh, Just a little bit. 94.49. Thank you, Victoria. I'm glad you noticed. 47.24 is the first of your 2 split pays. Absolutely terrific. So 10 metres of fabric in total, an absolutely gorgeous selection. Lilac for your binding and your flange, and then you've got 4.5 metres of your nude to create the background. Really lovely. I mean, this quilt, Victoria's got a look of, you know, kind of pieces from the past, hasn't it? It's like the quilt my grandma didn't make.
Yeah.
Most definitely did not make.
Yeah, it looks a bit antique-y, doesn't it?
It really has that wonderful look.
And I don't tend to put a lot of quilting on my quilts because I kind of like them to look a bit sort of wrinkledy.
Yeah.
So I've just done some hand quilting across the main bits, and then
I
just
love that.
Stitched in the ditch around the main blocks, really. So yeah, there's not tons of quilting you need to do on it if you don't want to. I just went round on the machine with stitching in the ditch there, and then I just hand stitched across here, and then I went round there for a bit of extra detail as well.
Really nice. Is that cotton perlé?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
It's really lovely. And that little combination of machine quilting and hand quilting, you know, because a lot of people want to do hand quilting, but it takes so long.
Yeah, exactly.
But you can combine them, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Ever so nice.
Yeah.
Ever so nice. Now, you can get the pattern on its own if you'd like. So if you're thinking, well, that would be a great scrap buster, and I have got scraps.
Yeah, me
Victoria,
too.
let me tell you. My scrap basket's bigger than your scrap basket.
Definitely.
I don't know, maybe not. $9.99 for those. The details are on screen. You can get full instructions for making Victoria's absolute heirloom. It's an heirloom quilt, without a doubt, this. But great techniques, but easy to learn techniques, aren't they?
Yeah,
They're
absolutely.
achievable.
And because it's one block, it's pretty easy to do because obviously you're repeating it, but then it also gives you this secondary pattern as well. So that looks like a block, so it looks a bit more complicated than it actually is.
It does. It does. Those are the buds, aren't they? The tulip buds.
Yeah.
Facing in. It's absolutely lovely.
And then there's lots of techniques in this that you can use, like you say, on other projects. So again, the little border around the outside, because you wouldn't necessarily want this completely plain, but sort of a patched border might look too busy. So that's quite a good alternative. I suppose it's like a mount on a picture frame, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And then turning back the edges like that to give you the curved edge. You could use that in lots of different.
You could.
Lots of different quilts.
There's no curved piecing in this, is there?
No. It's just really. It
looks like there's curved piecing, of course, to create the tulips and the buds. But are you going to show us how to do that?
Yes, I will.
Ace.
Yep.
So no curved piecing required.
No.
Now, please make sure that you're checking out your baskets. Lots and lots and lots of you have got the pattern and the kit in your baskets. We need you to check out, just so that we know that you've got your stock, you've got your kit coming to you, your pattern coming to you, and we know how many are left. Now then, Victoria,
yes.
Where do we start?
Okay, so first of all, I wanted to point out, when I write a pattern, I have to write it according to the colours that I have in the quilt here, otherwise it makes absolutely no sense.
Understood.
So what I did with this one is I had the coral block in the middle, and then I had the coral as the binding and the inset border as well. Now, obviously, in this kit, you've got the purple for the binding and the inset border. So you just literally use that solid purple for those two bits there. And you don't use the solid in the actual quilt top, or you just use the pattern fabrics that we've got there. So I've said in my pattern, because I used it for the border, I've used one coral block and then two purple blocks, but you could do one purple block if you wanted, and then the purple border. It's up to you. You've got enough fabric to be able to have that sort of flexibility in it, but you do need to use the purple for the binding and the inset border.
Gotcha.
Okay, right. So when you've got your instructions, again, like I've just said, where it says on the cutting out, step 3, from the dark orange fabric, cut as follows. where it says binding and the inset borders, again, you need to cut those from the purple. So just to make that extra clear. Okay. So the instructions talk you through how to make one block, and then you obviously sort of just repeat that to make 9. So,
and that is lovely, isn't it, when you sort of like making the same block in different fabrics. Each one
yeah,
feels different.
Exactly. Yes, definitely. So it does. So you're repeating the process, but it doesn't feel like you're doing the same thing over and over again.
No.
So again, I've got photos. I've somehow managed to draw these out on my computer. You impressed?
I'm really impressed.
I know. I was impressed.
Check
I was
you out.
amazed. So yeah, so it's all very straightforward, and I hope I've laid it out clearly. So again, you've got your quilting and finishing, etc. Okay, and then there's also a technique supplement, so that just tells you how to bind your quilt, because even if you've done it a few times, you forget if you're not doing it regularly,
Absolutely.
don't you? So that's quite a good reference.
It's a really
to
nice
have.
addition to have that. Something to keep.
Yeah, so I put that with all my patterns when there's binding on it. So yeah,
That's
so that's
really
that.
cool.
Right.
So really nice detailed pattern. Would you recommend like labelling the fabrics as you go?
Yeah, you can do. So in my instructions, what I've done with this quilt is I've gone for a darker for the main tulips and then a lighter for the buds. Now these fabrics, they are kind of like that a little bit, but you're going to have to sort of gauge it yourself what you want to use for which. I mean, it makes absolutely no difference whatsoever. So yeah, but you can tell which are lighter and which are the darker ones, really, can't you?
You absolutely can. And like, for example, here I would pair like these up, for example.
Yeah.
So I would have maybe like this, like a block done in this combination. I'll show you there. I'd do that as a combination probably. I'd do that as a combination, or even might even mix them up even more like that.
Yeah. And
You
it's
can play,
quite,
can't you?
and it is a quite easy one to mix them up because you've sort of got a set amount of cutting. It's not like more of one than another one, so
No.
it's quite easy to do that.
And presumably
need to
you
give it a
could
bit of
make your
thought.
individual tulip elements and then have a little play and see how you want to put them together. You
Yeah,
haven't got to sew the
exactly.
whole block together
No.
in one go, have
No,
you?
no. But what I'd say with any pattern, which I have noticed some people do sometimes, is they cut out the fabric block by block, and then you can end up at the end without enough of one of the fabrics, can't you, by doing that? So it is quite important to cut everything out at the start rather than cut block by block, because people give you like width of fabric stretches and cut them a certain way. So it's all about, when you're writing a pattern, it's about trying to get the most out of the fabric for people rather than kits being really expensive and loads of fabric.
Yeah.
So so that's that. And then obviously you use your half metre greens for your leaves, and they are literally all just randomly put into there, so there's no set way to do that. Right, better stop waffling and do something, hadn't I?
But, I mean, you know, great opportunity as well to throw in a few extra fabrics from your stash.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
Like
it
if
is
you
a
didn't.
scrappy look.
Yeah, absolutely. Right.
Now, a question.
Yep.
Morning, Stuart and Victoria.
Good morning.
Beautiful quilt.
Oh, thank you.
Could use all our children's old grown out of dresses and cotton wear to make a memory quilt.
You could do, definitely. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
It's a lovely
Yeah,
idea.
yeah, really
It's a
nice.
lovely idea.
Yeah, and the pieces are fairly big as well, so you can get a good image on that if you've got some printed fabric. So yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, it'd be a great chance to use that. Or, you know, if you've got scraps in your stash, you know, that have significance, or you just got lots of little bits, you know, it's a good quilt for using at bits. But also remember, if you want to make the whole quilt and you want to buy a kit, we've got that fantastic value kit, 10 metres of fabric, which works out, I mean, we need to take the £10 off for the pattern first of all, which means that you're paying £84.94, 49 for 10 metres of fabric. So less than £9 a metre for your fabric. That's an absolutely brilliant price. Really fantastic price.
Yeah.
So construction.
Okay. So this is pretty straightforward, because within the block, so within the 9 block, there are 2 individual blocks. So this is called your corner block, and this is I'm calling a tulip block. Okay, so we'll start off with the corner one. So there's 4 of these. So these make up a corner on each there.
Got you.
Okay. Right. So first of all, we'll make these leaves. Okay. So I'm taking my square of green fabric and a square of the nude fabric, and I'm just going to draw a line up the middle. I'm just using a friction pen, but you can use...
Are you a rotary cutter?
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely. Okay.
What did we do before then, eh?
I don't know how people manage to put these amazing quilts together before, just by hand and scissors without all the tools.
It's true. I mean, yeah.
So I've
And
just...
candlelight.
Yeah, exactly. They must have had very bad eyesight by the end of
I
it.
think so.
So I've just drawn a line up the middle, and then I've drawn a line 1/4 of an inch either side away from that centre line, and I'm just going to stitch down these 2 outer lines.
Oh, so you mark your stitching line as well?
Yes.
I don't know why you do that.
Just because then I can just follow it with like a standard foot then. Do you not do that?
Well, I think a lot of instructions say to draw the centre line and
Yeah.
then just use your foot. But
Yeah.
there's quite a margin of error there, isn't there?
Yeah,
Whereas
yeah.
you've drawn the line. I'm just thinking what a brilliant tip for anybody actually who isn't getting the accuracy they want.
Yeah.
Draw your sewing line, follow the line.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
brilliant.
also
I love it.
another tip for accuracy is if you just stitch touching that edge line but
Yeah.
slightly into the seam allowance,
Yeah.
so it's literally going down the edge, and when you open it up you've got a more accurate size, because what am I trying to say here?
I get it. Yeah.
Because obviously you've taken into consideration the fold, which obviously takes it in a bit if you're not being particularly accurate. Didn't explain that well at all.
You did,
Oh,
you
well.
did. And I think, well, your quilt explains it even better because the points are perfect, aren't they? They are absolutely beautiful.
Okay.
Really beautiful. So your method obviously works. It's a great tip. It's a great tip.
Right, so I've got my stitch length at 1.8 because we're patchworking, we go in a slightly smaller stitch. And I'd normally do this with just my standard foot, but because I've got to use my quilting foot a bit later on,
Yep.
then I just thought it saved me swapping them over.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's another reason why, you know, having your sewing line marked on there, because your walking foot, you really can't get a 1/4 inch from the edge of the foot, can you?
Exactly.
I don't know why they
Okay.
made them like that. Because often
No, I
we want
know.
to outline quilt 1/4 of an inch away with a walking
Yeah,
foot.
absolutely.
But you can't use the edge of the foot
No,
as a guide.
no.
It's about 3/8 of an inch, isn't it, from
Yeah.
the needle?
Yeah. Right, so all I'm going to do now is rotary cut down the centre, and then I'm going to press them open towards the green side.
Yep.
But I'm going to set my seam first, so that's just making sure that they're nicely knitted together.
We've got a question from Marjorie. Morning, Marjorie.
Good morning.
Morning. Lovely pattern. How much background fabric do you need for the quilt? It is so lovely.
So what is it
4.5
4.5 metres in there? Yeah.
Yep, 4.5 metres.
Yeah.
What are your favourite background colours when you're making quilts?
These sorts of neutral colours.
Yeah.
I'm not very adventurous, I have to say. I'm a bit boring.
But you like the warmer end.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Like I very rarely use sort of like white.
Right.
It's sort of ivory upwards, really.
Okay, yes. So it's
Yeah.
always got a bit of a sort of warm cream tone to
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
It's lovely.
Yeah.
And doesn't it bring such a lovely antique-y look to the quilt? It makes the quilt look like it might have been made in the 1930s, but then really, really looked after.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Not have things thrown all over it.
Yeah, exactly. No lollipops, no
Yeah.
stains or holes. Yeah.
Okay, so I've got those two there like that. So I'm going to do as many as it says in the pattern, make those.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the next element, I'm going to do these. Oh, hang on. I'm going to do these bits here. Okay, so these need to be a mirror image of each other. Okay, so if you do them in the same direction, it won't really work.
So make them in...
So I do them in pairs.
Make them in pairs.
I mean, if you were doing it where you were making all of these in one go, then you'd obviously do half and half. So.
Yeah. But there's something quite therapeutic and lovely about that slow and steady, just making them in pairs at a time. And
exactly. You don't want to be like you're working in a factory, do you? It's just
no.
nice
I mean, those jobs are available if that's how you want to sew. You know, I always say this to people. You know, you don't take your time, enjoy it, enjoy the process.
Absolutely.
Unless it's for a wedding and it's on Saturday.
Yes.
In which case, get your skates on.
Or just go and buy a voucher or a bottle of champagne.
I know. Do you know, well, my husband has a wedding millinery company, and I remember being in a store one day doing some merchandising and just kind of making everything look lovely. And this lady came in and she looked incredible. She'd got this kind of embroidered silk, like turquoise silk, but all embroidered in bright colours, jacket and skirt, shoes. She looked amazing. And she said, I'm looking for a fascinator. I said, what colour are you looking for? She said, well, something to go with this outfit. I said, oh, is this the outfit for the wedding? And she said, yeah. I said, gosh, that's a bit of forethought, isn't it? Actually kind of coming wearing.
Yeah.
You know, she said, the wedding's in an hour. And I was like, right, OK, let's get you sorted.
Yeah, that's not so forethinking, is it? OK, so all I've done here is drawn a line straight down the centre in opposite directions. You don't do, and it's just literally the one line for this one. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to stitch along. I'm going to go from this edge, because if I go from the point, it's going to be eating it up in the machine, the point. So go in from the side and just stitch along each line.
Gotcha. So that line is your sewing line?
Yes, yeah, for this one, yeah.
You make it ever so easy for people.
Oh, thank
Victoria,
you.
Because that's your line to sew on. I love it. Well, it's what I love about foundation paper piecing.
Yeah.
And why that is so accessible for even absolute beginners to get great results. You're sewing on a line.
Yeah, yeah.
Fiona, lovely watching you, Stu. Oh, thank you. You know your stuff by giving such valuable and useful information. I try. We just like to share our experiences, don't we?
Yeah,
Victoria,
definitely.
You know,
Definitely.
what we've done. Marion said, hi Stuart, is there a main name for patchwork upholstery fabric, please? Love, Marion. I would say the kind of fabric that we generally use for quilt making, patchwork, is what we call quilt weight cotton. The reason why we call it quilt weight cotton, it's a bit heavier than you'd use for, say, something like a shirt. Shirting, even though that's 100% cotton, is much finer, much lighter. You could use that for quilting. Lawn, for example, like your Tanner lawn that you might get from Liberty if you're feeling flush. Oh. Yes. That's finer weight as well. You can use that for quilt making as well, of course. But most fabric that we use for quilt making is called quilt weight cotton. 100% cotton. Nice and stable. Yeah.
And if you have got, and if, like that lady said earlier, if you wanted to do it for kids' clothes or anything like that, they use a lot of like jersey kind of fabrics and stuff. If you've got a couple of those you want to use, just stabilise it with some iron-on interfacing first. And then that will make it a bit more stable, won't it?
Yeah, it will. Mixing and matching fabrics in a quilt, different types of fabric, isn't impossible by any means. Yeah. It's a bit trickier then.
Yeah, yeah. You have to give it a bit more thought, don't you?
You do.
Right, so I have sewn along those lines and I'm going to cut my corner off, leaving a 1/4 inch seam. Okay, and then again, I'm just going to set the seam. You can't see it when I go over here, can you? I need to move this a bit closer.
All right. Action shot. It's the only time you'll see me ironing.
I don't mind ironing once I get into it. It's just having the time, isn't it?
Oh gosh, but with children, it must be relentless.
Yeah, yeah. Well, my mum does it at the moment.
Oh, lovely.
I know.
What's your mum's name?
Anne.
Anne, we love you.
She makes me grovel for it, though.
Oh, does she? Anne, we respect you too.
Right.
Does your mum watch you when you're on?
Yeah, she does.
Oh,
yeah. She's
morning,
not very well at
Anne.
the moment, bless
Oh, what's
her.
up?
Because one of my kids gave her the lurgy.
Oh,
so,
yeah. Oh, it's an occupational hazard, isn't it? I used to be a primary school teacher, and I'd always got something.
Oh, crikey, yeah. They definitely pick it up
Yeah.
from there, don't they? Right.
Yeah, social distancing. That wasn't a thing back then. I wish it had. Oh, gosh.
Right,
So you're kind of making chisel shapes almost there, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely. Right. Let's have a think about this. Let's do.
Do you want a bit of quiet time?
Right, let's do this. So we're going to do this section here. Now this is a bit weird because it's open. So it's like a little kind of cone shape.
Pocket.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for.
Sweets.
Okay, so this is really easy for this. So all you do is you get your coloured fabric and then you press it in half, wrong sides together.
Same size as the background.
Yes. Okay, and then I'm just going to pop that on a corner and I'm just going to stitch it. And you can use a longer stitch length if you want because it's literally just to hold it in place. So I'm just going to stitch it along there and along there, so I'm leaving the folded edge open. Okay.
What size seam allowance would you use for
Oh, so
stitching
sorry.
that?
It needs to be less than 1/4 of an inch. So go as close to the edge as you can.
Okay.
And you don't need to start right at the edge because sometimes it does sort of eat it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, it did on my machine. So
Could you glue baste it if you wanted
you
to?
could, yeah.
Use a little glue stick.
Yeah.
We sell glue sticks.
We do.
Yeah.
And I'm going
I
to
love
use
all
one
the
in a
little
bit as well. So
elements. I love all the little elements to it.
yeah, it's good. It is good fun to do.
That's the thing, isn't it? I think when you make a quilt that's just a gazillion half square triangles,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
really can sort of get into it and think, why did I start?
Yeah,
Whereas when you've got a
exactly.
bunch of those and a bunch of something else, it's...
Yeah, it does. Sometimes it does feel like a chore. But when I was making this and designing this and writing the pattern for it, I did think I did really enjoy doing it. Whereas some I've done, I didn't enjoy doing it, and I haven't revisited those again. So,
Yeah.
so I did.
Just
I did
goes to
enjoy
show,
doing
doesn't
this.
it?
Yeah, definitely.
That
You can
kit,
tell
by the way,
yourself.
for Victoria's quilt rather, is $94.49. We dropped the price twice, just for the fun of it. But you still got split pays. It's actually under where we would normally put any split pays on, but we're just being just full of love today. $47.24 is the first of 2 split pays. You only have to pay the first one and your postage and packing to actually get the kit. This could be a Christmas present, couldn't it? All done and
Yeah.
dusted, and handed over on the big day. It would make a gorgeous wedding quilt, Victoria.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It
Yeah, because it covers
really
everyone's
would.
taste, really. It's not particularly
And
one way or the other, is it?
No, it's beautiful. It's absolutely
you.
beautiful. This is a lovely selection of fabrics as well. Got a real lovely kind of, and I love the mix of greens.
Yeah, they are nice greens. Definitely. Okay. So then what
I
we
always
do?
get a bit alarmed at this point. You know, where like nothing's the same length, but of course it's not. 'cause
Yeah,
you
I
haven't
know.
sewn
It
it
makes you,
together yet.
you're like, ooh. And another thing to do when you're putting a block together or a section like this, and you're thinking, "Oh, is this right?" If you take a photo of it and then look at the photo, you can immediately tell whether it's right or wrong. It's like blaringly obvious, isn't it? It's weird, that, isn't it?
It's so true.
So what you would then do, so you'd put this section together and you would join these together in a strip, as with that one, and then join the rows together, okay? And then you stitch that one onto that section, stitch that onto there, and then join that onto the bottom there. So then you've got your completed block.
And
like that.
Victoria, you've given so many great tips. I'm going to ask you for another. When you're joining
Yeah.
points where they've got to match, any tips?
To be
Gratefully
honest,
received.
these aren't too bad in terms of where you've got to join them. They seem to go together quite well. But if you are struggling, say for instance you've got 2 where your seam is pointing in the same direction on both.
Yep.
What you can do is you can put a tiny little dab of your glue pen on the bottom and then stick that on there, and then you know that's not going to shift, because sometimes when your foot's going over it and you've got lots of layers, it can push one, can't it?
Fabulous tip. What a fabulous tip.
And also another...
Never thought of doing that.
Haven't you?
No.
Well, I'm
No,
always
I
fudging
haven't.
things, getting the glue
That's going in
stick
the
out.
next book. Thank you very much.
And also, say for instance, if you're joining, joining the blocks together, or so say we're joining the blocks together, I would, what was I just about to say? I keep losing my train of thought today. What's wrong with me? Oh, so I would, so say for instance, we're going across here and doing this sashing strip. So that's a basic one, but we're joining it to there.
Yeah.
I would, instead of stitching all the way across there until you got to here, I would just stitch a few stitches there and a few stitches there, and I would leave that hanging.
Yeah.
And I would do that with this as well. And then I would stitch along the whole length, because if you start stitching and then you get to this bit and it's off, you've got to unpick all of that. Whereas you know for a fact, because you've opened it up, you can tell that it's at the right place.
Match the bits that really matter.
Yeah.
First.
Yeah, and then you can manipulate your fabric to make it fit if one bit's longer than the other.
It's true. It's true. It's those little tips that just elevate your quilting, don't they? To sort of look more professional and just get the results you want.
Yeah. And the thing is, if you're not making quilts all the time and stuff, you're not necessarily going to be able to develop these sorts of techniques, whereas like people who come on here have made loads, so and you have to do it quite quickly as well, so you do learn these techniques.
Well, like I say, any tips gratefully received. We love them, don't we? We love them. What's the best thing you ever learned in terms of like your sewing, that kind of, or the tool you found, or something you just like, do you know what, that's life changing?
Stripology ruler.
Was it?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Because when you've got to do things so quickly, it's, I mean, if you got like a kit, one of these kits, or the Tula kit with a strip, we haven't got any in stock at the moment,
No,
have we?
haven't.
I did ask for those, but...
that's because they're so popular.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Stripology ruler is brilliant for both of these quilts.
Yeah.
So yeah, it just saves time. And the accuracy, like we said about earlier, people in the olden days, I don't know how they got the accuracy, because we've got these tools now and they make life so much easier and
They
make
do.
it
Well,
more
I think
accurate.
as well our expectations now have gone up massively, because actually I've looked at a lot. I was lucky enough, I live near York and the Quilters Guild Museum, and I've been lucky enough to see a lot, I mean it's still only a fraction, but a lot of the collection. And actually the matching, the precision isn't the same in many quilts, isn't the same as the sort of precision that we see now, because of the different tools and methods, lighting, all sorts of reasons. We don't love them and admire them any less for that, but our expectation now is for very, very accurate blocks, isn't it?
Exactly.
Got less than 20 minutes, I'm going to shut up.
Oh man, right. Okay, so we're going to make
we've had another question, I'm not going to shut up. What a sorry. Honestly, what a beautiful quilt. Does it have any foundation piecing in it? Wonderful demonstrations. Thank you both.
No, it doesn't. No, just piecing.
Just regular piecing.
Yeah. Right, so I'll whiz through this and then I'll show you how to do the curves.
Fab.
So this is the next bit we're going to make. So this is this section here. Okay. Yeah. So this is pretty straightforward as well. So I'm just taking my 2 green squares. And again, I'm folding those wrong sides together. Didn't charge me iron.
Oh.
Oh.
Rookie
I just have
error.
to fudge it. I just have to fudge it.
That's why I can't have wouldn't have a cordless. Don't like a cordless. Because I wouldn't remember to put it back on the cradle.
My iron just spits out brown dirt at the moment. I've really got to sort it out.
What I want, Victoria, what I want, let me tell you, is this. This is what I want.
Oh, yeah.
this.
That's a professional one, isn't it?
That's what I want from
Crikey.
Dukey. The Dukey.
Yeah.
Yeah, Christmas and all that.
Okay, so what I've done here is, obviously yours will go down better because you'll have pressed yours properly. So this is the same as we did the folding bit to make the flappy bit on the corner. So again, I'm just going to stitch around the edge there to secure that down. So this is just like tacking it down basically.
Mm-hmm. And like you said, learning this technique, it adds a whole new dimension, literally dimension,
Yeah.
to your quilt making, doesn't it?
Definitely, definitely. Okay, so I've done one on there, on that side, and then I'm going to pop the other one on that side and again stitch around the corner.
Now, I just want to, you've put those on separately. You wouldn't recommend trying to sew them on at the same time?
You can just stitch straight across. Yeah, you
You'd
can
have to
do.
pin them on, wouldn't
Yeah.
you? Yeah. Oh, Margaret's a fan. She's put, isn't Victoria lovely?
Oh,
Her
thank
work is great.
you.
Well done, girl.
Oh, thanks.
Her words. Yeah. Do you know, it's so lovely to spend the morning with you. It's great. I'm enjoying myself and I'm learning stuff.
I doubt you learn anything from me.
Honestly, I promise you I
Crikey.
am. That dab of glue to hold the points together when you're sewing. Ka-ching.
Okay, so the next bit we're going to do, oh, I nearly did that wrong, is this bit here. Okay, so again, we're just going to take our background fabrics and press those diagonally again.
So that looks like a flying geese unit.
Yeah, it does.
But
yes.
you've got the folded bits.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be curved.
Right, and then again, we're going to stitch those onto the corner of the pink background fabric here.
Now don't forget, you can get a full kit to make a quilt using our selection of gorgeous corals, golds, purples and lilacs, gorgeous greens. We've taken £10 off. It's $94.49, but you're still getting split pays. That's only for today. But also, if you'd like the instructions on their own from Victoria Carrington, you can buy those too. Those details are on the right-hand side of your screen. So choose your option. But what a brilliant scrap buster. And what a great way of learning some new techniques.
Right, so then what you do is you, that's that way and that's that way. So you join those two together, right sides together, stitch those together so you've got that. And then you pop that one onto the end and then you've got your unit like that. Okay, so what we'll do now, my best to use that one, is so you then, once you've done these, the number of units that it says in the pattern, then you put them together to create a block. So you make one block.
Yeah.
And then you then do your curve at this point. I wouldn't recommend doing that at the end when you're quilting it, because obviously it's a little bit tricky to get the accuracy if you've got a whole quilt under your machine.
Agreed.
So it's a bit easier to do it at this point.
Could you hand sew those back if you
Yes,
prefer
you could.
hand
Yeah,
sewing?
definitely.
That'd be really pretty, wouldn't it?
So what
Or
you
you
do?
could even do, your big stitch quilting, you could do some in a contrast colour.
Yeah, definitely.
And quilted would be pretty.
Yeah.
Can you stitch those back when they're units, or do you need to wait until it's a block?
You just trying to think. You could do it when they're units, yeah. Yeah, you could. Yeah. Yeah, you can.
Two
Yeah,
different
'cause that's-
options.
Yeah. Yeah, because
I'd
that
do them when they
works.
were blocks.
Yeah.
I'd just do whatever you said.
It might make it a bit easier if it's a block, because then you've already used your 1/4 of an inch seam, so you're not thinking, oh, do I need to make that a bit further out? Because if I
Yes.
pulled that straight back,
Yes.
for example, you're going to lose that point there of your curve. So,
Understood.
so yeah, do it once it's a block, but you're all right after that. So to do your curved bit here, what you do is you just take a glue pen, or you can use a pin, and just do a tiny little dab up the edge of it, and then fold it back like that. And this glue's really good because it sticks like nobody's business.
And again, light bulb moment, never thought of doing that. I've used this technique a lot before.
Yeah.
You know, it's a fabulous technique. It's one every quilter needs to know.
Yeah.
But I've always held it down and just hoped and prayed.
Yeah. No, I like a bit of, because some people are kind of quite particular about using like a glue stick and that on a quilt. They don't like doing it, do they? So, but that's all washable and it doesn't show through or anything.
No. And how do you find like gluing? Can you go straight to the machine? Do you need to wait? I mean, what's
No,
your
you can go straight to the machine and just do it. So I wouldn't do it in this coloured thread, obviously, because it's a different colour. I would use the same coloured thread as your fabric, because you don't, if you go a bit wonky or anything, then it doesn't show up. Whereas if you were doing it by hand, it would be less of a problem.
Yes, that's the kind of fudge factor I like.
Yeah.
You know, none of us are perfect, are we?
No.
And if you use a blending thread, a toning thread, if you wobble a bit, no one will see.
No, exactly.
How would they know?
And if you were
if
you were doing this by hand, you could use like a whip stitch, rather than a top stitch like this. So it's just dependent on what
you could, couldn't you?
And all I'm doing, so I have here, you can pull the threads through to the back if you want to, but all I've done is like a stop stitch at the beginning and end. Yours will obviously look better than this because you won't be using this coloured thread.
Oh, now, Elliot, look, he's going really tight in now so everyone can see. I think that looks fabulous.
So then obviously chop your little ends off. How are we going for time?
Beg your pardon, dear. Lovely message, by the way, from Fiona, who asks, do we need to start a GoFundMe for you to get that iron? Oh, Fiona, you sweetheart. I'll just buy it myself. It's fine. But thank you, that's really thoughtful. You two have been fantastic this morning.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Victoria, you are wonderful.
I won't go that far.
You've been doing this a while, though.
So I started doing it when I had my first daughter, because I got really bad postnatal anxiety, like I'd never sewn before. And then I went to see a counsellor and she said, you need to find a hobby. So it's something that you can do at home. It takes your mind off things. I was going to a class once a week and obviously getting out and seeing people rather than just being stuck in all the time. So it was like a massive help to me at the time. So yeah, can't recommend it enough if you're feeling a bit rubbish.
I think that's wonderful advice.
Yeah, but it does take your mind off things, doesn't it? And even if you just sew in squares together, it's and it's something that at the end of it you've got something to show for it as well.
Absolutely right. Yeah, even when you look back and think yesterday was rubbish, and then you look at it, well, actually I did that, and I've always said sewing is my therapy.
Exactly, and that's very true. Okay, so what you then do is you put all your blocks and your sashing together, and then you stick your borders on. So your first border goes on, so obviously it would be a lot longer than this, and then what you do, so once you've stitched this first layer of borders on, you then put your inset border kind of fillet type thing. What did I do with that? Did I just chuck it over there? Did I show this?
No, you had it out and then you put it away.
I've been talking, haven't I?
It's all right.
So we're creating this here, which looks quite nice. I do like an inset border, and you can also do this under the binding as well, if you wanted.
It's really nice on cushions too, isn't it? If you're not going to pipe them, you can add a little pop.
It just adds a bit of extra interest.
Yeah.
Okay, so you take your strip that I've given you the measurements to cut, and you fold it right sides together. It doesn't matter here because it's solid, and then we're just going to stitch like 1/8 of an inch up the seam here.
So raw edges aligned, fold facing into the border.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I would say when you're joining the blocks and things, because you've got quite a few seams and stuff, I would use a walking foot for constructing your blocks, and then obviously constructing the top of the quilt as well.
Yeah.
And then obviously, and for this as well, because you're going through more than 2 layers.
And that again, just keep an eye on, if you're going to do that, keep an eye on your seam allowance, because
Yes.
certainly my walking foot doesn't give me that, so I'd have to mark it or mark the bed of the machine.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I've just put that on there and stitched it along that raw edge about 1/8 of an inch. Again, you can tack that on with a longer stitch to save you time.
Could you glue it on?
You could, yeah, definitely. And then I'm just going to sandwich that underneath my outer border.
Yep.
So obviously put your borders on, then put these all the way around your inset border, and then put your outer borders on then.
So you would tack that flange border in place first, you wouldn't sandwich it all together and just hope and pray?
No.
Neither would I. Just wanted to establish that. I like a little bit of flying by the seat of my pants.
By the time you've got to that point, you don't want to cock it up, do you?
You're so right. You are so right. Yeah. Yeah. There are times when I will just, you know, just hold it together and just whiz it through, but that wouldn't be one of them. Because you want precision there, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to retell you something in a minute because I've told you wrong.
What?
I know.
You could also, have you ever put a little bit of fine piping cord inside?
Oh no!
That looks nice.
Does it?
Yeah.
I'll have to try that.
You want a bit of extra dimension. Just, you know, the really fine piping cord.
Yeah.
Run that in the flange first when you tack it down and just get a little pop of.
Nice. Lovely. Right, okay, so take the note of what I just said to sew it really close to the seam. You need 1/4 of an inch seam when you're sewing your outer border on, okay? And then when you open it up,
Look at that.
you've got your... So, and then you just press it back, but make sure that your purple stays flat, because you don't want to be ironing that up, otherwise it's going to look a bit weird.
Can I just say, I mean, it looks lovely. It's so smart. Look at that. Look at that. What a beautiful finish.
It does make a difference doing bits like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, oh, it is. It's so smart.
Yeah,
it is
yeah.
so smart. And like you said, where you think, well, I want a plain border, but that would really look too plain.
Yeah.
It just breaks it up enough.
Yeah.
And frames everything.
Exactly.
Doesn't it?
And then you can use that exact same technique if you wanted, say, on another project. Just put that underneath the put that on underneath your binding before you stitch your binding on, and then you can have like a little edge sticking out in a contrasting colour, which looks
Very nice. Very nice. Such a smart finish. It's beautiful. I've done that so many times. What I would say, if you get your quilts long arm quilted by someone, you do need to stitch your flange down.
Stitch it down, yeah.
Only
because otherwise it
because
could get
it'll catch
pulled up. Yeah.
And as the machine's coming back and forth, it can flip them. It's something that would almost never happen when you're machine quilting yourself.
Yeah.
Excuse me, but if you have an all-over pantograph, it can just flip it. So yeah, but it's absolutely super finish.
Good.
Love that. Now, we only have 6 copies of Victoria's instructions left on their own. They've absolutely flown out. There's a lot more of you with the instructions in your basket than we've actually got physical copies of. So please, those of you who would like to check out your pattern so that you make sure you get it. Now remember, you get this included with your selection of fabrics, which are absolutely beautiful. Let me remind you how they look. You've got this gorgeous selection of florals. These are for your tulip blocks. And we were talking, weren't we, Victoria, about kind of pairing them up in like a sort of a light and a dark.
Yeah.
And how you would pair those together, which is half the fun for me of how I would put, labels are coming off, whoops, how I would pair these up for blocks. But you can mix and match them any way you like, really. But they're looking absolutely super. And remember, of course, as well, you can switch those around too. So you could have this as the buds on some, and then on as the main tulip on another block. Would you get 2 blocks out of 2 fat quarters?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Great. So we've actually got a little bit more fabric than we need.
You have, yeah.
Could we make a coordinating pillow?
Yes, you could. You could make one cushion.
Lovely.
Yeah.
That would be really nice. It's,
Yeah.
I mean, it's perfect for a cushion as well, isn't it?
Yeah, a nice big one.
Yeah.
So if I just, because I stupidly didn't lay these out, did I? I was just
Would you do that
carried
now?
on. Should I do that now?
Yes, please.
I got all distracted with what time it was, and
Don't you worry about the time.
no.
If you needed more time, Victoria, we'd just carry on. We'd just carry on.
I think it's because I'm so hot.
Are you? Do you need the aircon on?
I think I'm.
Do you need a fan?
I think I'm going through the change.
Oh. Well, I think that sometimes, but I'm much too young for that, and so are you.
So yeah. So that's a. So how much is 2? So that's a 20-inch block. So that'd make a nice big cushion, wouldn't
it?
it?
Really would. Yeah, yeah. And actually, 4 blocks sewn together would make a great wall hanging.
Yeah.
You could do a lovely runner.
Yeah,
as well,
you could do.
couldn't you?
You could do 3.
Yep. 5
Yeah.
across the end of the bed.
Yeah.
It's a very, very versatile pattern. It's absolutely lovely. And the more I look at it, the more detail I see. It's such a clever design, isn't it? You know, the sort of sprays of tulip buds coming out from that centre of the sort of full tulips. It's really lovely. How'd you get your ideas?
Well, I've noticed there's quite a few of these like Moroccan tiles and Victorian tiles around now, isn't there? So they're quite good to get ideas for quilt blocks from, and then just sort of adapt those. But it's just generally having a bit of a play around and moving things around, because I mean, you only have to turn something slightly in a different angle and it looks completely different, but it still works. It's yeah, patchwork's really good for that, really, isn't
With
it?
sashing, without sashing.
Yeah, exactly.
I know. Turn one block, the whole thing changes.
Yeah.
It's endless, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
It's absolutely endless. I don't think I'll ever grow bored of it.
No, no.
So are you working on more new designs for us?
Yeah, so I think I'm back in February. I've got to sort
when
out.
in February?
I know, it's probably endish.
Okay.
So I try and come like every 2 months, but I'm going to have December off to do some practicing drawing, so give that a go. And yeah, because the kids are away for Christmas this year, so I'm going to spend some time with them before they go, really. So
Smashing.
Yeah.
And then feet up over Christmas?
Yeah, definitely.
Lovely. What's Christmas dinner?
So I'm going around to my partner's sister's house for Christmas dinner with his parents and stuff. So that'll be
Lovely.
Nice. And her partner's a really good cook, so that'll be
You're just
brilliant.
being catered for?
Yeah.
How divine.
A few Prosecco's, you know.
Oh, goodness me. That sounds wonderful. But I am seeing you in an hour. It's like I'm signing off, but I'm seeing you for an hour later, aren't
I know, yeah.
At 11 with the Tula Pink Solar Flare quilt.
Yes, yeah, that'll be a good one to do.
We have some available, but not many.
And it looks so complicated, and it really is not complicated at all.
No, it's amazing.
And I think people will be shocked when I show what the blocks are.
Yeah, but not disappointed.
No,
it's just
no.
aha
No.
moment.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Very, very cool. Well, you're already loving that, and you certainly loved Victoria's gorgeous tulip bouquet quilt. Thank you for that. Do check out your baskets. Most of you have. Well done. Now then, we're going to go to a little break, and when we come back, we're going to have more black tag deals, so don't go anywhere.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye bye.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street fans and Yarn Lane TV fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? Thank you for joining us here on Sewing Street, and thank you ever so much for all your messages. Lots of you have been getting in touch today, asking questions and telling us what you're loving about the morning shows. We've had some amazing bargains already, a fantastic set of demos from Victoria Carrington in the previous hour, and she's coming up as well at 11 o'clock again with another beautiful quilt. She's going to teach us how to foundation paper piece. So every reason to stay with us. Just wanted to let you know, tomorrow we've got our very special Black Friday day, and it's extended hours. We're starting at 8 a.m. but it's actually running right through till 4 p.m. So plan that whole day. John's going to be with you from 8 till 12. And then Vix will be joining from 12 till 4. So there'll be a mixture. There'll be so many different fabulous bargains. We've got some stock that's been bought in specially. We've got some old favourites back in stock. We've got some terrific bargains. But what I can tell you is everything that we've got on the shows today won't be featured on Black Friday. So if you see something today and you know there's some amazing bargains to be had, get it today, because at midnight tonight the prices will go back up or they won't be available. They certainly won't be coming down anymore tomorrow, so don't hang on and miss out, because I promise you they're not going to be featured tomorrow. We asked, we checked, we triple checked. Today's the day. Now then, in the hour today, we're really focusing on patterns, and we've got some of our absolute favourite pattern designers and absolute favourite designs as well featured, and we're dropping the price on every single one of them. So let's start off with Delphine Brooks. Now, I was super excited to meet Delphine when we did our first shows together, and I've loved working with her ever since. She's so clever, she's so innovative, and the way she can create designs, amazing. Love her soft toys. Meet Hamish. Hamish is the Highland Cow, and these are instructions. This project's going to suit a confident beginner. Absolutely beautiful, beautifully shaped toy. Could definitely be used to sort of decorate. It'd be great in the kitchen or in bedrooms. Look at him there holding a little flower. I could imagine him made in part in tartan. Wouldn't that be fun? Or you could put like a little wreath. Could you make him maybe as a memory bear? What about using someone special's shirt or parts of a shirt? What about using some PU on the hooves? You could also use PU on the horns, actually. That would be good. And on the inside of the ears. We had that fantastic PU bundle this morning at 8 o'clock. I think we've still got some of that. Now, this launched on the 6th of March 2021. So if you want to see a full demo, then you can. Now, at the moment, the price is $9.99, but as I say, we are crashing that price. So all the prices are normally $9.99. This is a really, really extensive pattern, actually. You're getting loads of full-size pattern pieces. That's down to $6.99. That's a great price, isn't it, for getting the full instructions. And of course, remember, you can make as many versions of Hamish. And you could also, of course, adapt the pattern to create other characters. What about even adding, where he's got like sort of snipped hair, you could even add maybe some mohair or some brushed out yarn there to create fluffy bit of hair. Really, really cute design, that from Delphine Brooks. It's just $6.99. Now, just mention Delphine's angel policy, by the way. You can make to sell, as long as you give a nod to Delphine. So if you take them along to craft fairs, things like that, or sales, just mention that they're designed by Delphine Brooks. Give her a little nod. And of course, don't sell the pattern. That copyright remains with Delphine. All right, so that's our first pattern from Delphine. Hamish, the Highland Coo soft toy. So now you know where Delphine's patterns are going to. All the ones that we've got on the show on pre-order, they're all going to go down to $6.99. So check them out. So next up, should we do Yeah, we'll do the confetti quilting. Now, I remember watching Delphine's demonstration on this. I hadn't met Delphine at that point, and I was watching the show, and I just thought, what a brilliant technique, what a fun and artistic and very approachable way of doing some art quilting, something a little bit different this was. So you're getting full instructions for how to create your own confetti quilt panels. It's a really cool technique. Looks amazing made up as cushions. You could use it on a special bag. This would be amazing on a clutch bag. Imagine that. Framed. We had some batiks earlier on, of course, those barley pops. They would be great for this technique. Are you getting full instructions? And of course, you know, it starts at £9.99, but that price is crashing to £6.99. We do only have a few of these. We do have a few of these. Don't know if we're going to restock or when, or even if, but Delphine did this demo at Festival of Quilts. I don't know if you met Delphine at Festival, but she was demoing this at Festival of Quilts. I just think the results speak for themselves, don't they? Look how amazing that piece of work looked framed. But this is a very, very organic approach, a very organic technique. If you watch the video, now I'm just wondering, do we know when this was on air? 27th of July, 2021. So if you have a look back, you can see the technique. I was watching that show at home. I wanted to see, who's Delphine? I wanted to check out her work. And I just thought, wow, this is amazing. What an amazing designer, quilter, what an amazing technique. But the price today, amazing too, £6.99. But that price will change at midnight. It'll go back up to £9.99. So today's the day to buy your confetti quilting pattern from Delphine Brooks for £6.99. Now, another of her absolute classics, real favourite of mine, this one, the Fighting Hares. This is really beautiful. This would be amazing. It's shown as a cushion. I think this would also be absolutely amazing done as a centre of a quilt. So like a wall hanging or even the centre of a bed quilt. It is really beautiful. I mean that, and then have some pieced stars around the outside edge. But it looks amazing as a cushion, doesn't it? And hares do fight. They kind of box. A bit like kangaroos, I suppose. I love the quilting on that too. Isn't that cool? Not seeing kangaroos there. Kat, our producer, is seeing kangaroos. Not exactly seeing kangaroos, but I know where you're going with that. I remember the very first time I was in Australia, I didn't see a single kangaroo. And the second time I went to Australia, I was horse riding in the Blue Mountains in New South Wales through kind of trees, you know, in the mountains. And I heard this thud, thud, thud. And I looked down and a kangaroo was hopping along next to my horse and I nearly fell off. I was just so taken aback. No boxing. No boxing. But our producer Kat has experienced fighting kangaroos. They went on a balloon ride in Australia, and as the balloon landed, it landed right next to two kangaroos who were having a bit of a rematch. So there you go. Seconds out, round two. Now, Fighting Hares from Delphine creates an 18.5-inch square panel, so perfect for a cushion, but also perfect for a quilt block or the centre of a wall hanging. Very adaptable, full instructions. These are really extensive instructions too. And of course, full-size patterns. There's even stuff on there for how to embroider, how to quilt it. Full layout diagram there too. We've got some reviews of Delphine's patterns. Delphine Brooks has done it again with a wonderful applique cushion of the Fighting Hares. Sure to be a winner. I mean, it is absolutely spectacular, isn't it? Shown there in I don't know if they're either batik or batik-like fabrics. This would work really, really well with hand dyes. It would work well with Tim Holt's Alchemy. This is Dan Morris, I think, screen print. It would also look really good in the Free Spirits. The name escapes me. We've got it later on. Stratosphere, thank you. Now, this was originally shown on the 10th of May 2021. So if you want to go back and watch the demo, but it is fuse, cut, layer, quilt. It's a really nice straightforward approach. It's very impressive looking, and that's about the design, isn't it? And I mean, the way the hairs are silhouetted against the moon is just terrific. The hairs are always associated with moons, aren't they? With the moon. Morning, Stuart. Hairs, dewbox, yes. And it's related to the mating season, and the girls telling the chaps, not yet. Not yet. Go have a fight. I'll let you know when I'm ready. These are two males, aren't they? It's the two males that fight. They sort of compete with each other. See, humans, animals, we're not so different. Now then, next, this is one of my favourites. I remember launching this with Delphine when we started our Animal of the Month. And this was the first one, which was Percy Penguin. And Percy the Penguin is the most adorable soft toy. I had a real good chat actually with Delphine about her design process, because I said to her, look, God, this is amazing. The way it's shaped, it is so beautiful. She said, you know what, it takes hours and hours and hours. And she said, in so many different trials and models before she gets it just right. You know, she really cares about the design process and getting it right. I think he's absolutely splendid. Love his little bow tie. You could just as easily transpose that to the side of the head if you wanted to create a different look. That would be really fun. You could put, I tell you what would be really fun, this is how my mind works, a little kind of lei of flowers, you know, that kind of Hawaiian lei of flowers. I don't know why, I just think it would be kind of fun. I imagine penguins going on holiday to Hawaii, catch a few rays, get a little bit of sun. But you're getting the full instructions to create Percy. He's made out of fleece, yeah, like kind of double-sided fleece, which we sell, and it's not an expensive fabric at all, and a bit of quilt weight cotton. Use a bit of felt for the eyes, or buttons perhaps. You're getting full-size pattern pieces. All the hard work's been done. You can just enjoy putting him together. It's a really lovely pattern. £6.99, but only today. All right, that'll go back up at midnight. We don't have deep stocks of any of these, by the way, so if you fancy getting yourself a pattern or two, you know, something nice for the new year or over between Christmas and New Year. This is Anne's review. Everything is always great. Oh, Anne, I just love your positivity and that approach. That is just gorgeous. Everything is always great. With Delphine, yeah, just gorgeous. What a lovely little character. Now this is a bit different. This is the skirt quilt. Be stylish and warm this spring, or I would suggest any time of year, with this unique lap quilt skirt, not only designed to keep you warm, but will also feel comfortable and look stylish whilst enjoying some precious time amongst your nearest and dearest. So effectively, it's a kind of a quilt that you can wear. Excuse me, I've got a real tickle. Oh, you've got basically like a sort of lap quilt that then is sort of stitched onto a waistband. It's got pockets too. So, I mean, absolutely great. Perhaps if you, maybe if you're spending some time recuperating, maybe if you've been poorly or having treatment or something like that, and you're having to spend a lot of time kind of in one spot, and you want to a lap quilt, but something where if you do move around a bit, kind of keeps you warm. This is such an innovative idea, isn't it? It's a really innovative idea. And that's Delphine all over. She is always innovating and looking for different ways to express that kind of patchwork and that sort of inspiration, that love of colour and fabric. Now, this was demonstrated on the 23rd of March. 23rd of March. And this would make a great, I think, a great strip roll pattern. Yeah. Yeah, it's used as a design roll, so 2.5-inch strips. Great, we do have lots of strip rolls on the show today, so if you fancy making yourself a skirt quilt. Yes. Japanese spring. That threw me for a second, Japanese spring. Thinking, what? Makes sense now. Lovely. Now then, next up, Autumn Tree of Life. Now again, I remember launching this with Delphine. It's absolutely stunning. The techniques involved in this are so cool. This is the Autumn Tree of Life, and you get step-by-step instructions. You create the tree, and this is made from different pieces of fabric that are fused and then layered and appliqued, and the branches too. And you get all of those patterns in the back. These are the pieces that you use to create the trunk. It's really clever. And then the leaves themselves are cut out from a mixture of, these were Dan Morris fat quarters, but you know, batiks would be lovely as well. But also these, the sort of more pinky toned ones, this is actually crystal organza, which is cut out in the leaf shapes and then stitched down, and then you sort of stitch the veins into the leaves. They add the most incredible sparkle to the quilt. I thought it was such a beautiful technique and just a different way of creating an applique. Very, very clever. It's a lovely wall hanging. Those instructions have gone down to £6.99 too. Now, of course, those instructions will go back up to £9.99 at midnight. Now, the next quilt pattern that we've got from Delphine is for an absolute classic, and one which a lot of us want to make, particularly for either a wedding, but actually more often than not, they're given now as anniversary presents, and that's the double wedding ring quilt. It's a real kind of American classic. This would be the kind of quilt that a lot of us want to make, but a lot of us are rather apprehensive about making, because you need good instructions, you need the right sort of templates in order to do this. Now, this was originally demonstrated on the 21st of April by Delphine, so if you'd like to watch back and see that. There's a little bit of history as well at the start. The double wedding ring quilt symbolises romance, longevity and love. It's characterised by several interlocking rings that symbolise two people becoming one during a wedding ceremony. The final quilt can vary significantly depending on your colours and fabric choices. The history of the double wedding ring quilt dates back to the mid-1800s, around the time of the Great Depression, where people couldn't afford lavish wedding gifts or large amounts of fabrics. What a lovely bit of history there. There's a lap quilt, wall quilt size, but of course you could use this pattern to create a runner, you could create a king size quilt. The arcs that create the rings are full arcs. Okay, so they're one single fabric. Sometimes they are pieced together. And actually you could create piecing on those, and let me just show you quickly how you would do that. So where you've got this template for the fabric, okay, what you could do if you preferred to piece it was, if you photocopy that and then use a ruler to divide it up into sections, and I would probably go with 3 sections either side of the centre line. Okay, they'll all be slightly different shapes, but that doesn't matter for the technique you're going to use. Then reproduce that lots of times, however many times you need, and then foundation paper piece. Okay, so you would end up with 6 segments of fabric sewn together, all scrappy. They could be all different fabrics, all the same colours, that kind of thing. And then once you've made that and it's all been stitched, stabilise the outer edge by stitching around with a long stitch within the 1/4 inch seam allowance, and then remove the paper. Okay, I would use Carol Doak's foundation piecing paper for that because it's very easy to remove. And then continue with Delphine's patterns as before, but instead of a whole arc of one fabric, now you've got 6 small pieces of fabric joined together. Okay, that's how you could do that. Just give you another little option, £6.99 for that pattern. Now next up we've got Dolly. Dolly, the dog draft excluder. I do love a draft excluder, I've got to be honest. They're a bit retro, aren't they? But also with the cost of fuel going up, we're all looking for ways now to sort of conserve heat, spend a little less on our heating bills. This is just 2.5 meters of fabric. Let me have a little look. Or is it 2 fat quarters? Can't see where it says. I can't see where it says. Well, anyway, 2 fabrics. You need 2 fabrics. I should say 2.5 meters would be plenty. But really cute. This one that I've got here is made out of T with B, isn't it? And a bit of something coordinating. It's really cute. You could make a whole family of them. It's a nice, another way of getting a bit of fabric in the house, isn't it? It's really very cute. £6.99 for the pattern. And again, you could patchwork the body. You could sew together all those, you know, the little half square triangles that you end up cutting off if you use the stitch and flip technique. And we do a little line of stitching so we don't waste the fabric. Those, if you've got a collection of those waiting to be used, sew them all together and then cut the body piece out of those so you've got patchwork here, and then just maybe add something from your scrap box for the head and tail. That would work. Very lovely. And again, those instructions have come down to £6.99, but just until midnight tonight. So those are all of Delphine's patterns that we've got available. Let's have a little look at some Alison Marion patterns. Oh, we've had a little email from Morag who says the lap quilt skirt, or squat, as my granddaughter calls it, says it's great for craft fairs and markets. Yeah, what a good idea. Or if you go and watch sports games, if you're a football fan or rugby fan and you sit down over your lap so that if you get up and move around, it'll keep you nice and warm still. Love that idea. Or if you go to church as well, and it can, I know, you know, try their best to keep the places warm, but it's difficult, isn't it? Take your own little bit of lap quilt skirt that you can keep yourself warm under during the service. All sorts of ways you could use that. Now then, Alison Marion. Another absolute favourite with you on Sewing Street. The first pattern that I've got here is for the crisscross star, and this is a quilt as you go pattern. Really innovative technique, this, to create these gorgeous star blocks, but everything is quilted as you go. I've got a lovely version of this actually to show you, done in blue and white. That is stunning, isn't it? It's along the lines of the sort of Japanese folded patchwork, which usually has sort of leaf shapes or ellipse shapes. It also reminds me a bit of Robbing Peter to Pay Paul. 17th of November last year, 2020. It was a complete sellout, but you can still watch that demo. We've restocked the pattern and now we're going to drop the price. Ta-da! Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy Black Friday. Only for today though. I think today is Thanksgiving, isn't it? It's Thanksgiving. Yesterday was Thanks Drinking Day. Officially, it really was. You missed it, Elliot. Director address. Elliot missed it. Yeah, it was Thanks Drinking Day. It's an official day in America. But it was also World Sardine Day and World Unique Talent Day as well. So there's all sorts. The things you find out. Good old Wikipedia. So that's the crisscross star. Quilt as you go. So if you don't like quilting a big quilt, great technique that, because you're working on individual elements and then sewing them together, but they're already quilted. Now next up, this is a Dawn Taylor design. This is the vegetable garden play set. I remember seeing this actually in the flesh. It's absolutely brilliant, such a clever design. And it really shows Dawn's background in education, working with children and education. Because it's all about kind of planting and growing things. So a really great bit of stimulation and a bit of imaginative play for young ones. You create flower beds or soil beds, okay? And then you've got little seed packets and a little trowel so you can dig and plant your seeds and then magically grow potatoes, cabbages, lettuces, carrots, tomatoes. Really, really cool. It's such a fun little kit, this. Lots of good play with that. And again, we're dropping that price to $6.99. But it is for today only. One day only, one day only. Confident beginner. A little bit of hand sewing, a little bit of machine sewing. I love that combo. And if you make a lot of quilts or a lot of kind of flat things, it's quite nice just every now and then to make something that's just a little bit different. A soft toy like Percy the Penguin or Hamish the Highland Coo, or that gorgeous little gardening set, the vegetable garden play set. It's a bit of fun. Now next up, we've got another pattern from Dawn Taylor. This is for the Cozy Tech Lounger. So I could do with one of these actually to pop my iPad on. See these for sale. I see these at craft fairs. I love the fact that it's got ears. I'm particularly drawn to those. So this is the kind of thing that you can rest your iPad, your Kindle, your e-reader up against. Because actually it's not very relaxing, I don't find, to be gripping a tablet and start to get very crampy hands very quickly. And of course this is the kind of thing, if you like to read in bed, that you could kind of rest on your chest or on your tummy or on the bed next to you and read from. But also if you prefer to sit and read, again you could rest this on a side table or on your lap and read from it too. You could also have this set up so that while you're sewing and you're doing your patchwork, your quilting, your dressmaking, you could be watching Sewing Street. See, everyone in the gallery was saying watching Netflix, watching YouTube, watching Sewing Street. Come on. Where's that solidarity? Oh. Now, this was originally demonstrated on the 11th of December 2020. Oh, that's cool too. Look, there's a little pocket in the back for said iPad / e-reader / Kindle. Brilliant for all ages. And you could definitely have some fun kind of jazzing that up, couldn't you? Add a face, add some embroidery, add a name maybe, or create some patchwork and then cut your pattern pieces out of it. You know, we talk about scrap quilting projects and ways to use our fabric. You know, anything that has a whole piece of fabric can be patchworked. Why not? Give it a go. So that's the Dawn Taylor. We've just found a finished one that you can buy, like a tablet beanbag cushion, $24.99. Up to you. You could put the polystyrene pellet. Well, are they not polystyrene? They're polyester pellets. that we do, recycled, like a recycled plastic beam. That would work. You could also put something like, some people use cherry stones, don't they, in the bottom, or even clean cat litter. You can use that. I wouldn't recommend using like foodstuffs, things like rice, because they will attract things like mites or even mice if you have those. So I wouldn't use those in there. But you can contain things in like sort of, you know, a plastic bag inside. So these would also, let's think about like character fabrics. They would be really fun to use, wouldn't they? Maybe Harry Potter fans, you could do a Harry Potter version. You could do Peanuts. We have some lovely Peanuts Christmas fabrics on recently. All those different character fabrics, maybe Marvel comic characters as well. You know, one of the things I used to find as a school teacher was, you know, some kids are reluctant to read books, and they don't want to read the school books or the books they get sent home with. But any reading is good reading. So if kids are into reading comic books or cookery books or books about fishing or whatever, it's all good reading. So, you know, I think something like this can really help to encourage. There's also, actually, let's be honest, there's no reason why you can't put, drum roll please, a real book up against this. Imagine that, eh? Reading a real book. You could definitely do that. What about using it as your recipe stand in the kitchen? Yeah. And then pop your cookery book up against it. Or I do actually, this is one time when I do use the internet, or I don't do that for books really, but recipes, I will. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, you find some really good recipes. A bit of Nigella online. Oh, Nigella's American style pancakes for breakfast. Maple syrup, banana. I can't be doing with maple syrup and bacon. Don't get that at all. Oh, Christine says, love Dawn Taylor. I might get the veg garden for the nursery my daughter works at, and I could use it in the school I work lunchtimes at too. It's a brilliant idea, Christine. Really, really good idea. I think it's lovely. And like I say, Dawn has a background educating children, and it just shows literally in spades in that garden play kit. It's absolutely brilliant. So clever. Now then, let's go a bag. Mabel and Deb. Now, I met Deb actually last week at Harrogate. It was the knitting and stitching show at Harrogate, and I met Debbie Harris, and we had a lovely little catch up. We're looking forward to working together. This is a lovely little tote bag that she's designed. Nice bit of Tilda there in that finished sample. It's a nice, easy pattern, this. So if you've never done any sewing before, never made a bag before, and you want a nice, easy way in, this would be a great way to start. It's just £6.99 for the pattern. Lovely way of featuring maybe some fat quarters or a bit of special fabric. Use up your scraps. Again, that centre panel could be patchworked. That could be a row of flying geese, couldn't it? You could use your PU bundle that you bought earlier on. Or if you didn't buy it, why ever not? We've still got a few available. There it is on screen, $34.95. Now that is for 6.5 meters, and you've got navy chocolate grey, you've got a gold, you've got a burgundy wine colour and a black. So absolutely kind of lots of angles covered there. And it's extra wide as well. So you definitely get a pretty decent bag out of each piece. That's a lot of value, isn't it? It's less than £7 for a half metre. Excellent value. Now, of course, you could combine the PU with some quilt weight fabric in the centre. I would back the fabric in the centre, just with a light to medium weight fusible interfacing, something like that. Really nice. So that's that pattern from Mabel and Deb. And then, well, I think as Christmas is a-coming, We've got the Christmas wreath advent calendar. Now this is from Janice Hobbs, and you've got a really cute fabric wreath, and then you've got like little bags tied on. There's the picture. Now you could also, I think, you could have this hanging above you. Yeah, so imagine almost like a candelabra. Yeah, like the rings hanging so you can look up and see the flat ring. So you'd probably need to add sort of 3 or 4 hanging tapes from the top that you hang from a central hook, and then have all the bags hanging down to then find almost like a piñata. That's fun. Liking that. Got all your numbers there. That's super. And there they are. That's it hanging against a wall. Lovely. And again, we're dropping that price to £6.99, but it's just until midnight tonight. Oh, sorry. Oh, one little mention, by the way, just wanted to recap, if I may, very quickly, our black tag deal that we had this morning at the very start of the morning, which we do still have available, and I've got right here. So giftable to yourself, to others. These are 2 fabulous storage boxes for your reels of thread. Okay, stores 18 reels of thread. Yours doesn't come with thread. I've just popped those in to show you. You get that inset tray there to hold your spools in place. That's one. Now we did a price comparison this morning. We found this available on its own. I think was it £13.98. Okay, for one. And then you've also got your bobbin box. So this holds 30 bobbins. We found this for £9.99. You've also got a little padded top there that you could keep pins or needles in as well. Nice little locking clasp at the front as well on both of them. Very smart. And those plastic inserts are removable as well. So you could take those out, and you could use this for storing other things in, scissors, rotary cutter, you name it. Now combined price, £29.98. But today we dropped that price, we crashed that price right through the floor and took it down to £13.98 for both, which means that each item costs £6.99 a piece. So very, very giftable for others, but also very, very giftable for yourself. If you've got a huge thread collection, you could have a box for blues and greens, a box for browns and golds, or a box for the current project that you're working on, especially if it's maybe a plique or you're quilting with lots of different colours. Keep them all stored, because you know you don't want to get it tangled, you don't want your thread exposed to sunlight or the kind of drying effects, dehydrating effects of central heating, things like that. Keep them protected inside a box, but also great for taking along to your classes, moving around the house, or if you're going away at Christmas and you want to take your sewing with you. My top tip for a peaceful Christmas is to take a little sewing, knitting or crochet project to take along, because let's be honest, there are moments, even when we're with our best beloved families, that we just want to zone out. And if you've got a bit of sewing in your lap, or you're doing some knitting and crocheting, it just calms everything down. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. But also as well, I get a little bit bored. I don't want to just sit there watching Christmas film after Christmas film all the time. I like to be doing a little bit of crafting. So very portable as well. So that's our wonderful, wonderful, not an early bird, a black tag offer just for today. Now then, let's go back to some more wonderful, wonderful bargains. Why don't we see what's over here? Oh, wow, that's a bit different. Emma Bradford. That is fab. Now, Emma Bradford demonstrated this and then took the quilt straight to Festival of Quilts. It's reverse applique. That is oh, look. That is such a clever technique. It's only ever been on air once before. It's kind of an Escher style of tessellation, isn't it? It's got a fantastic look. I mean, shown here in red and white would look amazing in black and white, navy and white. What about doing the whole thing in different shades of tans and creams and taupes? You could quilt it in bright colours. Oh, wow. Really cool. Really, really cool. 1st of July, that was on air. And of course, you can watch the demo back with Emma Bradford. Really nice, clear demonstration as always. That's something a little bit different, isn't it? Would make a terrific cushion as well if you just wanted to do something small. Just do a little part of it. And learn a new technique. They do look like doves. I like it. Very, very clever. Very clever. And I do love a 2-colour quilt. Now, next up, we've got the porcelain tile quilt. Simple, easy to use instructions, again from Emma Bradford. This is a nice, what we might call a frame quilt, because you've got that centre motif there of the star, and then you've got a frame around it, some piecing, a frame around it, some piecing. There's the actual quilt. Yeah, it'd look amazing using some caves, some Anna Maria Horner, maybe some Tula pink. Use something really sort of bright. But equally, if you've gone for the Mill Hill Creek Fat 8th bundle, I think that's the bargain of the day, to be perfectly honest. I love that. This would make a really gorgeous kind of much more country, antique-y, woodsy looking quilt. It's a very, very versatile design, this. But you can see in the outer border where you could show off larger prints. The centre star, I mean, that's using sort of a panel, but you could strip piece fabrics together. You could patchwork the centre, you could strip piece the star points quite easily if you've got a little bit of experience. So you could even use something like a strip roll and, you know, plus some fat quarters to make this quilt. Let's do some fabric next, shall we? Let's do some fabric. We've got some really, really nice strip rolls actually. I'm going to start with a few of my personal favourites. I'm just going to pop Percy down there for a second. This one I absolutely love. This is called, I'm going to have to tear this open so I can tell you what it's called. Sophie, thank you. Oh, anything to stop me opening the fabric. Aww. But this is really lovely. Details are coming up on screen. There's so many designs here. You've got lovely soft greys. You've got these beautiful kind of cherry reds into pink, and then soft, soft pink prints, and then lovely greens. This is that quintessential shabby chic colour palette, isn't it? Of soft pinks, soft reds, soft greens. Now this is going down to $35.99. Now normally our strip rolls are $44.99. Yeah, so you're saving £9 there. It's Moda. We've only got 6 of them. You're getting 40 strips in the roll. They're all 2.5 inches by 42 inches or so. Selvage to selvage, but lovely blend of colours. This would mix absolutely beautifully. We had earlier on the white Tula pink 2.5 inch strip roll. That would blend really well with that. And together would just make the most beautiful kind of shabby chic quilt. Log cabin or, oh gosh, anything like that would look so lovely. Now we've also got a 10-inch charm of this available, which I'm just going to grab. colour is. Oh, it's right at the bottom, wouldn't you know? But it is sort of kind of open, so it means I can show you a few of the prints. They are really lovely. I've only got 5 of these, but how pretty are these? They're absolute, look, little ditsies, little bit of a check. That's adorable. This would be good for making a bed quilt, of course. You could use it for bag making, piece together. These would also make really lovely Christmas stockings. Do you know, if you wanted to kind of, if you've got a shabby chic look and Christmas you like to follow that through, you could cut this up, you could patchwork it together, and these would make really lovely Christmas stockings, Christmas decorations, a tree skirt, because it's still got that red and green look, which we love at Christmas, don't we? But an alternative, a sort of softer, more muted, the grey. This one is absolutely lovely with the grey background and the floral. It's kind of a warm taupey grey, that. $34.99. In my boot, please, in my boot. We've only got 5 of those left. I only want one. Just one, please. Gorgeous. Don't forget, do check out if it's in your basket. Remember, it's just 1 P&P all day, so once you've paid your $3.95, you're not going to pay anything again. Now, happy days. Is it that one? Oh, okay, yep, got that. Yes, that's this one, isn't it? This is really lovely. Oh no, yes, that is Happy Days. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that is really lovely. So this is the Happy Days from Moda. Really lovely. 2.5-inch strips. 40 of them, $34.99. Gorgeous navies, greys, mustard, corals, soft corals, aqua, and those lovely sort of white prints. It's very, very beautiful. Would look stunning made into a quilt together. Absolutely lovely. And I think I'd have to do something like a navy and white stripe binding, cut on the diagonal. Imagine that. Absolutely lovely. Really, really lovely. Now then, if you love your blue and white quilt, I love blue and whites in fabric. This is a gorgeous Riley Blake strip roll. And this is, oh, no, I know him. Yes. I know I stroked his face. I can't, I can't read what his name is. Do you have the designer name? I've got a magnifying glass here. Oh, this is like Grey Gables, isn't it? Not Grey Gables. Christopher Thompson, thank you. Well, I say I know him. We follow each other on Instagram. He's a great designer, though. Really lovely. So these are all kind of blues, greys, whites, very sort of Wedgwoody, very willow pattern kind of colours. £10 off, $39.99. So many good buys today. The price will go back up tomorrow, of course. Well, it'll go back up at a minute past midnight, and we won't be beating these prices tomorrow. There will be no beats. There will be no repeats. This is your chance. Only 4 of those left and 6 of you have got it in your basket. So you do need to be quick and check that out. Honestly, can I just show this one? This is I love the colours in this one. Yeah, Flowers for Freya. This is just lovely. The colour combination is beautiful. Now this is, I love these sort of turquoises, and turquoise with navy is just lovely. It's got a lovely modern look to it, but it's fresh. Combines really well with white or pale grey. You've got a little bit of pale grey in there as well. And then you've got this beautiful, zesty sort of, it's just lime. It's almost yellow, but it's just lime. And I think that is really, really lovely. It's floral, but not massively floral. Do you know what I mean? So it's, yeah, it's just got a lovely, crisp, clean, fresh palette. I think that's absolutely super. That's a Moda. $35.99 and you're getting 40 strips. We've only got 5 of them left though. This really is kind of last chance saloon, I think, for these fabrics. Give a jelly roll a home day. That could be a new thing, couldn't it? Pinks, yeah. This is pretty. Now this next one, we've got in a 10-inch charm pack, and then we've also got it in a 2.5-inch strip roll, so different options. We'll start with the 10-inch charm pack. Now you get 42 10-inch squares. Now it should be $49.99, but we're going to go to $39.99. Let me show you all of these beautiful prints. They really are lovely, these, aren't they? These would make, I mean, great quilt for a nursery, of course, but you see something like that would live in my stash quite happily. Thank you. Yeah. Very, very usable, these. Some gorgeous, look at that. That is absolutely yummy. This graph paper print I adore. The florals are cute. They're kind of retro. They're very, very pretty. And that just, I love that. Look at that design. That is absolutely beautiful. Got those lovely bright golden yellows. And then we go through to more of the sort of creamy coloured prints or white prints. Again, that graph paper. I need bolts of that, please. And then some lovely greys. That's absolutely stunning. Don't think we've ever had this collection by the half metre, which is a shame because I would have bought loads of it. But some beautiful fabrics in there. That would work very, very nicely in a quilt. Be really nice with some bright solids as well blended in with that. $39.99, but just till midnight. That's the window. Now we also have this same collection in a strip roll. So you know how this works. 42 in the Riley Blake bundle, 42 2.5-inch strips, exactly the same range of prints, greys, whites, those gorgeous golden yellows, soft pinks, raspberries, navy blues and sky blue for $39.99. Chuck a bit of white at that, a little bit of white on white. Are we going down again? $32.99, even better. I like. Really lovely, that. Yeah, that money knocked off then's more than your P&P, isn't it? And of course, if you've already bought something, you might have bought our black tag deal today. You've already paid your postage and packing, so nothing more to pay. Absolutely fab. And it should be $49.99. So you're making a really good saving there on that. Absolutely splendid. We've had so many beautiful fabrics and really inspiring patterns for sale on this hour. But I want to just preview what we're going to be doing in the next hour. So come with me. Look at this. Look, look, look. I just love this. When I say rainbow is my favourite colour, I'm really not kidding, am I? This is just stunning. It's using Tula Pink's True Colours range of fabrics. And True Colours are a sort of palette range, a rainbow range, using Tula's rainbow. So Tula's rainbow uses a lot of pinks, pinky oranges, purples, lilacs, fresh zingy greens, chartreuse, golden yellows. It's these colours that we see really featured in this kind of star cracker of a quilt. You get so much fabric in this quilt kit. I'm just going to show you because, well, it's like picking up a brick. Let me just look. That Hello. Hello. Look at that. Now, I did mention at the start of the day that we had less than 30 of these kits. We've now got less than 15. So we're going to put the graphics in now so you can see the ordering information, because this is not going to hang around. There they are on screen. It's £199.99. It's the Tula Pink Solar Flare Quilt Kit. It's 150 centimetres square. The price is incredible for what you're getting. The amount of fabric is phenomenal. You're getting all of your foundation papers already printed, all included. There's no photocopying, enlarging, nothing to do. Victoria Carrington is going to show us just how easy and straightforward the foundation paper piecing is. If you've never done foundation piecing before, this absolutely is within your reach. If you're a complete beginner, okay, but you've done a little bit of patchwork or whatever, you know how to thread a sewing machine, you could make these blocks, you can make this quilt. It is a really simple quilt, you'll be amazed. But we do have less than 15 of those kits left. And actually they're flying out as I speak. So please make sure that you're checking out while we go to our break. We'll still do the demos. I was kidding earlier on. Victoria and I won't just stand and chat. We will still chat a little bit. I can't help myself. But yeah, if you've got this in your basket, or if you haven't but you want it, use the break to check out your basket and then sit back, relax, enjoy Victoria's wonderful demonstrations of Tula Pink's Solar Flare Quilt. Now then, we're going to go to a little break and just enough time to grab a cuppa or a little bit of light refreshments, maybe a mid-morning snack, and then I will see you after the break with Victoria Carrington.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
To get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Good morning, everybody. I'm Liza with a Z, not Lisa with an S. I'm Stuart Hillard. How are you? Welcome to Sewing Street. Hope you're having a great day. We're having a right old laugh here at Sewing Street and a wonderful, wonderful warm-up to Black Friday. We've got so many gorgeous, gorgeous deals today and the most amazing range of fabrics and kits, pre-cuts, threads, you name it. We've got wonderful messages flooding into the studio. We love getting messages from you. Carol, love, love, love this quilt. Must watch the demo. Never done paper piecing before. Carol, you are in for a treat and a masterclass from Victoria Carrington on foundation paper piecing. This is so achievable, even for beginner level quilters. This is the way to create dazzling, accurate, blow your socks off patchwork. Trust me, foundation paper piecing is a tool every quilter needs. And if you don't currently love it, please watch the demos. Let us guide you. Let Victoria's demo show you just how achievable it is, because it just opens up a world of possibilities. Now, I do need to come in with a bit of a stark message. And the start message is this. We started out the morning with 30 kits, okay, of Tula's new Solar Flare kit. We now have 8 left, okay. We've got 8 left and there are 15 of them sitting in baskets right this minute. Now, I'm not a maths genius, Victoria. I'm the first to admit it. I'm not an Einstein, but I do know that there aren't enough to go round. We know it's a considered purchase, but to be honest with you, it is worth every penny. It is such a beautiful, beautiful quilt. And we've given you 3 split payments just to help ease that cost. There's no interest on that. It just means that it makes it a little bit more achievable, a little bit more manageable. So £66.66 is all you need to pay, plus your P&P, to get Tula's Solar Flare quilt kit home. And remember, you're getting, just wait till I show you the amount of fabric you get. It is amazing. It's like 3 house bricks isn't it? It's a workout, basically. It's a workout in a bag. That's a different channel. I achieved this rippling body. I mean, it does ripple. If I jump, it definitely does ripple. That is not a lie. But you get all this fabric. Look, there's so much fabric packed in to this kit. 13 yards of fabric. 13 yards of fabric, 32 100% cotton fabrics from Free Spirit's True Colours by Tula Pink. Pattern with complete instructions and colour diagrams, full-size ready-to-use paper foundation templates. The binding is included. The binding is included. Now, you're getting everything in there to create this kit, including, there is one little amendment which I'm going to ask Victoria to explain, because Victoria, you spotted this. Tell us all. And by the way, how are you?
I'm fine,
and
thanks.
welcome back.
I've had a cake, I'm all right now.
Oh, how lovely. What kind of cake?
An apple Danish from
Oh,
Greg's.
stop it.
Yeah.
Who got you that?
Got it myself.
Did you? Well, that's...
I should have bought you one as well, shouldn't I? Sorry, Stuart.
No, otherwise I'll just keep on rippling. So tell us about this amendment.
Okay, so basically what the issue was that there were 2 fabric swatches on this first page which are labelled incorrectly on the pattern that's within the bag. Okay, now they're lettered round the wrong way. So they've amended it on this piece, so you can either keep this and rip that one out and not use that, or you can amend them on the nice glossy one, which I did. There's this section here which you don't really need to refer to, so that's irrelevant, so you just literally use this. So that is what the amendment is.
Okay.
Now, obviously, because they changed round and some of these fabrics are different lengths, then we needed to get a replacement fabric for the one which comes with your kit. So you need to use that piece.
So it's this bit right here.
Yeah. So in theory, you get an extra piece of fabric for free.
Yeah. Yeah, basically, and it's the original fabric. So there hasn't been a fabric substitution in this kit. All that happened was that the quilt kits were cut, and 2 of them have been swapped round, and you needed more of one and less of the other, and they got them round the wrong way. So you've ended up now with that extra of the fabric that you don't need as much of, and then you've got the extra bit of the one that you did.
Yeah, exactly. That's
so
much
you haven't
better
lost,
explained.
you've gained. And it's still only $199.99. So that just clears that up. So that's brilliant. So you've absolutely everything in that kit to make the quilt. The colours in there are breathtaking, aren't they?
Yeah.
And am I all right? Can I open this up? Is this the last one? Oh, are we actually going to send this out? Well, let me just show. I'm just going to show you a little bit of. Yeah. Oh, okay. So interesting. This our price £199.99. We've found the quilt available elsewhere for £219.99. So there we go. There you go. What I wanted to show you was you've got all that fabric in there, okay, and it's like a zip-top bag that everything comes in. But you've also got all of the paper foundations. So you've got your instructions, of course, but you've also got all of the paper foundations that you're going to need for this project. They're all printed full size. They're all ready to go. You're going to foundation piece on this paper, okay. I would take a few copies. Yeah, just in case, because sometimes it is possible to stitch a piece of fabric the wrong way round or in the wrong place, and then you want to amend it, then you have just got enough foundations for the whole thing. A message from Margaret, fabulous quilt, and lovely to see Victoria on screen again. Absolutely.
Oh, thank you.
Plus, there's a difference between rippling and wobbling, Stuart. Well, that is true. It's just a ripple. It's not a wobble as such. It's just a ripple. It's just a ripple. Okay. What, literally all the rest have checked out? Wow. Okay, so there is one, this one, the one that I'm holding. This is the last one.
You should charge extra for that because you've touched it.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So yeah, we've literally got one kit left. You can go elsewhere. You can still buy this somewhere else for £219. There's £220. That's even more. But there is one that is still in a basket. Not checked out. Please check that out. Or someone else will. Believe me. Now, let's just have a little look at some other things that we've got on the show before we get into demo. We've got an absolutely stunning selection of Tula pink threads. Should we start with the big one? Tula Sunrise. Tula's colours are really, really distinctive and they're really fabulous. Gorgeous saturated shades. This is called Tula Sunrise and it's an Aurifil collection. You're getting 20 colours. It's a 50 weight, so perfect for top stitching, quilting, applique. We've only got one of these left. It's $66.99. There are the colours. They're absolutely divine. You get 20 and there are 220 yards on each. They're made in Italy by Aurifil. Now we have a little question. Oh, message, sorry, from Joanne. Hi Stuart and Victoria.
Hello.
Don't ask me how, but it jumped into my basket and I've now bought it. I don't mind having an open one for a discounted price. Oh, I've closed it. Cheeky, I've closed it back up now. Victoria thought we should charge extra for that one as it's been touched by me. I've no idea why. That quilt kit, sold out. Sold out. Victoria, you may go. I'm kidding, you're not going anywhere. Stay right there. Stay right there. Now we've got two smaller thread selections which I'm going to show you. Dragon's Breath, which we're going to start with. This is gorgeous, intense, deep saturated colours. It's a deep rainbow. Isn't that lovely? It's called Dragon's Breath. You're getting 10 reels of thread there, 220 yards each, again 50 weight for £32.99. This would be amazing for quilting your solar flare. Don't use it for piecing, it's too good for that. Our director Elliot's just said he wakes up every morning with Dragon's Breath.
Or bed breath.
Lovely. Well, is it just a pack of these reels of thread on your pillow? How strange. Message from Carol. Thank you. Karen, sorry. Managed to get the quilt, Stuart. Yippee! Morning to the great Victoria. You've been missed. You've been away?
No, I just don't come on very often.
Every couple of months?
Yeah, yeah.
I suspect we might need you here a little bit more often, Victoria.
Well, I've just sorted dates with Ian, so I'm in February and March for the birthday
Good, that's
week
a bit
as
more
well.
like it.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. See, you ask, you receive. Now, the other thread selection that we've got from Tula is called Unicorn Poop.
Oh.
I know, she's daring. But this is a sort of, I would have called this sugared almonds or something like that, because it reminds me of those, sugared almonds that you get at weddings in little bags.
Yeah.
It's all kind of the ice cream icing. There's really like fancy cakes that you get in Betty's that have got lovely icing on them. Yeah, you see, I'm a Yorkshire boy now, so it's all about the Betty. Oh no, if I go in Betty's, I have to have a fat rascal. That is a cake, by the way, not a euphemism. So those are both beautiful, beautiful thread selections. You could use the Unicorn Poop for quilting the solar flare, but I would be more inclined to go for Dragon's Breath, and you could change the colours if you wanted to. That is really, really lovely. The graphics are there, actually, for that Dragon's Breath. Or Elliot in the morning, as we like to call it here. Let's start with a demo. Victoria.
Right.
It's over to you.
Okay. So, you obviously get all your and I got really excited when this arrived. And I'm a pastel girl, but I did get excited when this arrived. It's fabulous to unwrap it and see all the different things. And yeah, there's just tons of the stuff.
Look.
Beautiful.
Were you cutting it out really carefully so you've got little bits left?
Yes, I was. Yeah. So first thing, I'll just show you the pattern first. The pattern is really clear and easy to understand. Obviously, I've told you about that amendment. Now, please don't think that you need to go through the rest of the pattern and change those 2 letters over, because changing that round corrects the rest of the pattern. So please don't change anything else except those 2 swatches there. Okay. So in the pattern, it's all nice and glossy. It tells you in there what sort of backing would look good with it and things like that as well. And then it gives you all the cutting instructions there, which are really clear. And then it gives you all
in terms of the cutting, can I just ask Victoria, when you foundation paper piece, do you cut rough templates or do you cut strips?
So in the pattern, it tells you to cut strips. So they're generally, I think it's 11. It's all 2.5 inch strips basically, except for these outer border ones.
Gotcha.
So everything's 2.5 inch strips. So if you have got a stripology ruler, that's definitely the best way to go with it, because it will be super quick. And then depending on the length of so all these strips, you literally cut them 2.5 inches by, I think it's 9 inches. And then on these ones, they vary between, I think it's 11 inches and 14 inches. So the cutting out is really easy. And then you just need obviously to cut the border and the squares for the sides. While I'm thinking about it, what I would say is on the pattern, it shows you on the front that it's got these, you've obviously got these squares here. Now I would probably, because you've got that extra bit of fabric, I would substitute that for that bit of fabric. I mean, it might make this, but I think that stands out a bit on the corner. So I would perhaps change that for the one you've got extra of, but that's just my personal preference. So the thing that I was amazed at when it arrived is that it's literally 2 blocks. The whole lot is 2 blocks.
And let's just have a quick look actually, because these are the foundations that you get included, and each one features one of the square blocks and one of the triangular blocks, doesn't it? Yeah,
that's right. So so it obviously gives you the numbered foundations there, and then inside your pattern, so it'll say block 1, make 4. And then what I would do is I'd cut out 4 of those, and then I would letter them with the different letters of the fabric that you're going to need for each one. Okay. Now it's quite important that you do stick to those letters, because that's what gives you the yellow and pink and the purple and that sort of look.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to start substitution, would you? You'd lose the look of the quilt.
Exactly. So you must stick to them by the book. And then what I did when I started off is I went through each of the fabrics and labelled them with the corresponding letter per fabric. So I did that for all of them, and it shows how many you've got, because they even ran out of alphabet, so we were doubling the letters at one point.
Really? Well, of course, yeah, because you get 31, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, there's loads.
32 different fabrics.
Yeah.
If you're a Tula, did you with a thump?
Yeah.
When that went down, there's so much fabric.
I know.
Yeah, if you're a collector of Tula pink fabrics, this is, oh my goodness me, to get a little bit of that.
Yeah, definitely.
Has sold out now.
Yeah. So each block, it shows you what length fabric you need for what letters and things like that. So it is super clear and easy to understand. So just have a read through it first and you'll get it. What else was I going to say on that note?
So when you get your foundations, do you cut them out exactly on the line, or do you rough cut them?
So previously I was just rough cutting them around the edge, but for some reason I cut them on the line, which didn't make much difference anyway this time. So so like Stuart said, you can either cut around the outer line, So you cut around the outer line of the blocks.
Because that's your seam allowance,
'Cause that-
isn't it?
yeah.
You see like a little border there. That's your seam. So don't cut
Exactly.
that off.
No, no, don't cut that off. And then obviously, like I said, so I would go, so I'd write block 1. Hang on. So I would write block 1 4 times onto 4 of these, because you obviously get them all printed off. And then I would write the letters of the corresponding fabric that I've cut. Okay. Now what I did to make life easier as you're going through it, because obviously you'll have a mass of strips, is I just got my friction pen and just wrote the letters onto each fabric, so I didn't have to keep referring back to the chart. Okay.
It's a really smart idea. I like that. And writing it on the foundation.
Yeah, it just makes it, just get yourself organised to start with, and it's quite fun because you've got all the different fabrics to look through and all that sort of thing.
No hardship there, is there?
No,
Christine
no.
says, didn't you know unicorn poop rainbow ice cream?
Oh.
It's on YouTube.
Oh, really? Oh. And then you get a really clear diagram of how it goes together. So it literally says block, gives you all the numbered blocks, and you just form them in rows, like diagonal rows. But I'll show you how it all fits together at the end. Okay, so I think that's...
I think a lot of patchworkers, a lot of quilters hear foundation paper piecing and kind of instantly switch off and say, don't like it.
Absolutely.
Tried it once, didn't like it. Or maybe even never tried it, but have negative thoughts. Will you show us how easy it is to foundation piece?
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things that your brain doesn't necessarily click straight away. It's like learning to drive a car, and the gears, like you're like, what on earth am I doing here? And then suddenly it will just click, and it will just kind of come as second nature. So, and this is really straightforward as well. It's not complicated bits where you're having to manoeuvre it, and there's plenty of fabric allowance, so you can't go wrong really.
No.
Okay, so first of all, I've got number 1 on my foundation here, and that is letter M. Okay, so I'm going to take my letter M fabric that I've written on there, and I'm going to put that...
we always start with number 1?
Yeah.
Number 1 patch?
Yes, yeah. So I'm going to start with number 1. So what I'm going to do now is on the back of that, so I can see through it, I should have probably drawn the lines, is I'm just going to put a really thin slither of glue along there.
Is that sort of somewhere in the middle of that patch?
Yeah. And I'm going to pop that onto the middle of my fabric, like that.
Now the glue pen refills, you can see, with refills rather, is on screen that Victoria's using. They're ever so useful. The price is crashing. £9.98 for a pen with a refill and then a pack of refills as well. That's a brilliant price. You get 8 glue sticks in there. That's really cool. Fantastic.
Okay, so the first piece that I've stuck on here always goes wrong side against the back of your foundation. Okay, so that's the only time we're going to do that is on number 1.
Yep.
Okay.
Would you just flip that over for a second so we can just see? So
Like
it's
that.
so that bit's the blank side of the foundation.
Yeah.
And the pretty side of the fabric's facing up.
Yeah.
And it's completely covering foundation number 1.
Correct, yeah.
Piece number 1.
Yeah. Now this is a big piece, obviously, so they've given you plenty to work with. But whenever you're doing foundation paper piecing, you need to make sure that you're covering everything that's outside a 1/4 of an inch around that shape. Okay, so we want to make sure it overlaps there, it overlaps here, which it does plenty there, and then along the sides as well. Okay,
They're all the seam allowances, aren't they? It's going to have a
Exactly.
piece of fabric sewn either side, and it's got to join something top and bottom as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect.
And then you're going to trim all this off after, so don't worry if it looks weird as you're going along. Now I've got here an add a 1/4 plus ruler, which is really useful for this. But you can use like a normal quilting ruler as well. So I'll show you with this, and then I'll show you with the normal way as well. Okay, so we go in 1 to 2. Now I'm left-handed, so that's why I've turned it round. Okay, so what I'm going to do is line my thinner edge up against the line that's between 1 and 2. And I'm going to fold that back against the ruler so it's nice and sharp. Okay. Then I'm going to take the edge, which is kind of like...
it's a bit of a lip, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what, yeah, exactly. And I'm going to position the lip against the edge of my folded paper, because that's 1/4 inch. So this ruler omits having to measure.
Yeah, that's the benefit, isn't it? It kind of locks against the paper.
Exactly, yeah. So then I'm going to trim off that bit of scrap.
You throw that in my direction, Victoria Carrington.
Could you do something
yes,
with that?
Yes,
really?
I could. Chuck
oh
it
my
here.
life! I'll give him you all at the end.
Thank you. Good.
So then I've got my 1/4 inch seam there, so I can attach the next one to it. Okay. So now my number 2 I can see is V, which is this one.
That's a lovely bit of fabric, isn't
Yeah.
it?
And you can kind of tell because they sort of go in a, so you'll have sort of all the blues going into whatever colour we're going into soon. So you can tell whether you've made a massive error and like put an orange one there or something.
And you've got the pictures as well, haven't you? And it is the exact reproduction of the quilt that's on the front of the kit.
Yeah, exactly.
And that we've got hanging up, so you know.
Right, so I'm now positioning this one right side up. And I'm going to put this right side down on top.
So this is where it starts to look a bit like regular piecing, because you're putting right sides of our fabrics together ready to join them. And we always put right sides together to join them, don't we?
Yeah. Okay, so
what are you doing there?
I'm just going to draw that on there so people can see what I'm trying to say. I wouldn't do this at home, but I'm just doing it so you can see. Okay, so I've got my 1/4 inch seam level with the one that I've just done on number 1, and I'm going to make sure, because I can see through this, so I'm going to make sure that all that is covered all around that shape. Okay, and then I'm going to flip that open, and then I'm going to stitch. I start right at the edge, and I'm going to stitch all the way down exactly on the line and come off just slightly after the line. Okay?
Where do you start stitching?
I start stitching right on the edge of the...
on the paper, yeah.
Yeah. Do you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It just gives it a bit more
stitch through that
stability.
out. Yeah, definitely.
Now you can pin it, but I just tend to carry it over and not bother. And also, if you've got an extension table, it's also easier to do it with an extension table.
Yeah, it supports that foundation, doesn't it?
So you haven't got bits hanging over and stuff. Now I've reduced my stitch length down to 1.8. You can go a bit smaller if you want, because then the smaller the stitch length, the easier it is to rip it off at the end.
Yeah, if you've never done foundation piecing before on paper, you do tear the paper away once the blocks are made and joined together.
Yeah.
So that paper won't stay in the quilt. And you want it to be easy to tear. If you think about like I always think old-fashioned stamps, where they were perforated and you tore them apart. That's sort of the effect you want to achieve when you're stitching. Not so tiny that as you're stitching, the paper is just separating.
Yeah.
But enough so that when you tear the paper or pull the paper apart, it tears neatly. You can test this by using a little offcut from one of the foundations, stitch through it with your 1.5 or whatever, 1.8, have a go at tearing. If you're struggling, change it. Go down a notch, 1.5, 1.2, have another go. But if literally your foundation's just falling apart, go a little longer.
Yeah. And this is really nice quality paper as well. I think they could have been a bit more stingy and put this on a bit cheaper paper. So yeah, you do give that a go if you can. You could. I mean, you've always got this edge bit to try on. So yeah, give that a whirl. And one other thing while we're talking about it is, don't remove any of your papers until you've put it all together and stitch this border on.
Yes.
Because obviously all the edge of these blocks are I mean, they're not fully biased, but they are a bit biased, aren't they? So if you took that paper off now, that's going to stretch because you've got all these seams and that. So make sure you stabilised it with your border before you start taking your papers out. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is set the seam on that one and then press that open.
And what's cool here is that seam that Victoria just sewed has actually attached those two pieces of fabric down the centre to the paper. So they're held now on the paper. That is acting as a foundation. It's supporting the fabric. It's stopping the fabric stretching or moving.
Yeah.
It's such an aid to accuracy, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, definitely. So the next we're doing, so we've done 2, we're now going to work on 3. So I'm going to fold the paper between 2 and 3 now. Now, if you haven't got one of these rulers, you could use like a piece of card to do this.
Yeah.
So use a piece of card there and then use your ruler with your 1/4 inch seam, with your 1/4 inch mark in there. To just do that. It's another bit for you.
Thank you. Am I going to use them, honestly?
So the next one is number 3, which is J, which is this one. So again, I've written on that one.
Well, that's almost like a lovely denim-y colour, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's
it is.
lovely.
Okay, so again, I'm going right side up and these are going right side down.
Some of us tried foundation piecing before it was routinely taught to fold the paper and trim the fabric back to 1/4 inch.
Right.
I'm talking now 20 years ago or so, when it was like playing Russian roulette.
Yeah.
Where you placed the next piece of fabric.
Yeah.
You were guessing every single time. And I think this is what put a lot of people off foundation piecing years ago, because you were literally just guessing where the next piece of fabric went. With the folding back and trimming method, you've now got your 1/4 inch exposed. You know exactly where to line up your next piece of fabric. You sew that through. There's no guesswork. There's no loads of layers of fabric creating this steadily building block.
Yeah.
It's getting thicker and thicker.
Yeah. Right. So basically, you just continue to do that. So
you're working one side of the centre, number 1.
Yeah.
What happens when you get to the outside?
So when you get
edge?
to the outside, it sends you back to the middle.
Yep.
So again, you just start again. So trimming that bit back, and then you just work the other way.
Just realised you're left-handed.
I always see people doing things left-handed and think, crikey, you look weird doing it like that, even though I'm left-handed.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look weird, but I was just looking, thinking, you know, are you going to flip that around? And of course you didn't.
Yeah, yeah. So you just carry on doing that, okay, until you've got the whole lot carried.
His whole family are left-handed,
Really?
apart from one sister. He's got a twin sister who's left-handed. His mum and dad are both left-handed. Morning, Ron and Diane. They're both left-handed as well. I don't know. Is it genetic?
My dad plays cricket left-handed, but then he's
Handedness.
right-handed, bizarrely. So I'm just going to show
So you literally mirror it both sides?
Yeah, yeah. So you just do that. And then this block here, the square one, is exactly the same. But I did pin these because these are slightly longer and they were just a bit more manageable when they were pinned down. So this is what your blocks will look, depending on whether you've done the triangle one or the square one, that's what they'll look like. So you'll have all of these seam allowances around here covered. Obviously I've got to do this bit first, so I don't know what I'm talking about. Right, so that's all done on that side. And then what you need to do, so we're going to stitch this one, this purpley one, which gives you the little triangle-y, squarey corner bits here. So the way I'm going to do that is...
So at the moment, I just want to preempt this.
Yeah.
You've started sewing outside of the paper. stitched all the way down.
Yeah.
And then I remember you saying you need to stitch over the line about 1/4 of an inch.
Yeah.
So now we've got loads of little 1/4 of an inch over into that line. How do we fold the paper back?
Okay, so what you need to do is, and don't worry about this if the paper rips a little bit, it doesn't matter. So you just basically just pull the paper back. This is why you go over it slightly. So if you lose any of your ends out, it's not affecting, you're not going to end up with a hole in your work.
Just back to that line.
Yeah, so just back to that line, as you've said. So as you can see, I've got a little bit of a hole in mine, but that doesn't matter.
No.
Okay. So again,
and one little tip, if you, this is a top tip actually, when you're foundation paper piecing, get yourself a roll of Scotch tape.
Right.
Okay? And then if you have to unpick a line and move it, you'll have already stitched through the paper. So if you stitch again, your foundation's going to fall apart. So what you need to do is put a piece of Scotch tape over the line and sort of repair it
that's a good
before
idea.
you sew the next.
Yeah.
And if you've got a hole like that you want, and it's causing instability, yours isn't doing anything, it's just a little hole.
Yeah.
You can put a piece of Scotch tape over it and then you can stitch through that.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Yeah. Okay, so I folded back on that line, and then again I'm putting my ruler across there and cutting 1/4 of an inch.
I can't do anything with those bits.
That bit might be all right.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Now, with this,
There's a nation at home saying, yes, use the scraps. I know there is.
now when you're positioning this one, so this is going right side up again, and this is going right side down on top. Now this is exactly the right width plus the seam allowance. So don't be being over generous with this on the edge, okay? So what you want to be doing is making sure that it's central. So I can see there that my end finishes there and my end finishes there. So that's about right. Okay, and then I'm just literally going to stitch along there.
Mm-hmm. And again, as you said, if you want to pop a pin or two in, you absolutely could.
Yeah,
couldn't
definitely,
you?
definitely. I mean, when I'm doing this, I don't position these on a board like I'm doing on the cutting mat. I do them on my extension table, so I just slide it on rather than lifting it up and moving it, which makes it easier.
I agree, yeah. Yeah, your extension table's worth its weight in gold,
Yeah,
isn't it?
definitely. I've got mine on all the time. I never take it off.
No, me neither.
Okay, so then we flip that back.
The magic is when you trim the block, isn't it?
Yeah,
when you finished it.
It is satisfying, isn't it?
If you're ever foundation piecing and think, well, this looks like nothing on earth.
Yeah.
Just wait until you've trimmed it down and then suddenly it's like, oh, hello.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Okay, so then we pull our little triangle bit back, and again, I've got a bit more on that one. Must have been a bit generous with my cutting strips. And then we've got our little corner bit that goes on. So again, right sides together. Make sure I've got all of that covered. Okay. Flip him open and just stitch along that line again.
Helen has messaged in to say, I agree with Victoria, I'm left-handed and always think anyone left-handed demonstrating looks a bit awkward. Aww.
It's true though.
I know she's a very good quilt teacher and she's ambidextrous.
Oh crikey, that's
Oh,
good,
and
isn't it?
she's someone to watch because she's there rotary cutting and she's cutting this side of the ruler and then moving it over and then cutting with that hand. And she's absolutely as dexterous with both hands. You know, I mean, don't try it at home unless you are also marvellous. And she makes a lot of quilts and now I know how.
Yeah, exactly. She probably used 2 at a time.
Yeah, my dad had a school teacher who was ambidextrous and he said, you know, that he used to sit in class and his school teacher would position himself in the middle of the blackboard and he would start writing with his left hand and then when he got to the middle of the board he would change hands and carry on writing.
That takes some skill, doesn't it?
Lovely.
Right, so what I'm doing now, so I've got all my bits on and I'm just going to trim around the edge of the block. So don't cut off your seam allowance, whatever you do.
Now that would be tears before bedtime,
yes,
wouldn't it?
Yes, it would, definitely.
If in doubt, you know the old adage, measure twice, cut once,
Yeah.
you know, check, check, check.
Yeah. I don't know where this hour's gone, do you?
Oh, I've loved watching this demonstration of foundation piecing. I love this technique so much, and I love the results that it gives.
It does. I mean, there's no way you could piece a quilt like that. No way.
No, because
So-
the edges aren't just biased because this is foundation pick. Look at that. Look at that. It's
So that's that.
amazing. If you cut out templates, all of the edges would be on the bias too. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
But seriously, there would be no difference, as long as we're all sewing on the lines, there'll be no difference between my block, your block,
No.
Elliot's block, anybody's block.
Yeah, exactly.
I think possibly
Maybe with
Elliot's
Elliot's.
might be. Oh, dragon breath Elliot. Might be slightly different. But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's why
exactly.
foundation piecing is so often picked as a technique for a charity quilt where everybody in the quilt guild
Yeah.
makes a block. Because no one's 1/4 inch seam allowance is exactly the same.
No, exactly. And then you bring them together, and if you were piecing it, you might not necessarily get those pieces to match, but with this,
Yeah.
they will be spot on.
You really need. Would you just show us where that block sits on the quilt? Just so if you haven't
Yeah.
already seen it at home, you just understand how the block creates that pattern. Look at that, you see?
So there you go. So
See how
you've got,
easy it
so you
is?
do your 4 of
Yeah.
those, and then, hang on. Then these are, that's the pail there. So then
Yeah.
they're in the other 2 there. And they go, so you've got 2, so you've
that's
got
it
8
for your
around
square
there.
blocks.
Yeah. And then your, so then you've got your triangle blocks this way. So as you can see, these are like a mirror image of it,
Yes.
mirror image of each other.
Good point, that.
Um,
Remember that when you're piecing. It's all in the
Yeah,
instructions,
yeah.
of course.
I mean, you don't have to think about it. It's just all written out for you.
Well, I love your tip as well, writing the number of the fabric or the colour
Yeah.
of the fabric on the foundation itself.
Yeah, it's just about being organised to start with. So,
Definitely.
yeah. So that's those.
The quilting on that quilt's absolutely stunning as well,
it
isn't it?
It's like a hexagon
Yeah.
type. It sort of increases in size.
Yeah. It's
Um,
really lovely.
I'll just talk about the binding.
Yes, please.
So, this is, so the stripes are on the diagonal for the binding. So they've cut them on the bias.
Okay.
So the binding is cut on the bias on this. But you could, if you didn't want to do that, you could just cut them and have them that way on. So
Which would look absolutely
sideways.
gorgeous.
Sideways, yeah, it would. It would. And to be honest, I think I'll probably do it like that just for ease.
Yeah, because cutting the binding on the bias will make it stretchier,
Yeah.
won't it?
Yeah, and also you're going to have, because it's, I think this is just over 1/2 metre maybe,
Mm-hmm.
but you're going to have quite a few shortish strips to have to join. And it's not particularly fun joining binding, is it really?
I don't find it. It's not my most fun
No.
activity.
No.
If I was to pick an activity for the afternoon, that wouldn't be top of the list.
Normally
no,
you
for
do it.
sure. No, I'd do straight of grain.
Yeah.
Although there is an argument, isn't there, that bias binding on a quilt is stronger and has more longevity.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, because straight of grain strips, if you imagine, you're going to have essentially a single thread running along the very edge of your quilt.
Yeah.
And if that one thread wears or breaks, you're going to start very quickly to
Yeah,
get a
you're
split
right.
in your binding.
Yeah.
Whereas if the threads are going this way, that way, all along, then they're not going to, you get one of those break, it's
Yeah.
not going to cause any damage to the binding.
Yeah.
So, and I have had that happen a couple of times. I've got one quilt which I do actually need to unpick the binding and rebind it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's about 20 years old. I was working on it when I met Charlie. That's how I know how old it is. And it is very, very well loved. It's on the bed almost year round.
Yeah,
And it's
yeah.
been very well loved for 20 years. And the binding is just starting to split a little bit.
Yeah.
So, but, you know.
So I thought I'd just show you how I would cut bias binding if you did want to do
option. Yes, please.
So what I would do,
Dawn says, by the way, Victoria is such an inspiration.
Oh,
love her demos. You are.
Thank you. That's really kind, thanks. Right, so what I've done is I've got my full fabric laid out, and I'm going to fold the corner like that. Okay, so now I'm going to use this as my straight edge. So basically the bias, if you weren't aware of this, so the threads run horizontally and vertically. So if you cut diagonally across it, that's called the bias, and that's quite stretchy. And then obviously that's good for binding if you've got, like, say, curved corners on a quilt. So then you can manipulate that round. You wouldn't be able to do that with straight binding. So this is good for that anyway. Right. So what I would do is I'd pop my ruler down. Doesn't matter where I'm starting, and I'm lining up one of the lines across this folded piece here. I'm not going to cut it because it would be a waste. So then you cut across like that, okay? Then you move that piece to the side, and then you would start cutting. I think it's 2 1/4 inch on here. Check that, obviously, because that will impact how much fabric you've got if you're cutting it like this anyway. So just double check that. So then I've obviously got my raw edge here, and then I would position my ruler at 2 1/2 inches. And then cut like that again.
Or 2 1/4, whatever you're doing the binding.
Yeah. So cut it like that, and then just keep cutting across. So even though you're running out of fabric here, you're still cutting on the bias. And if you get to a point where you've got to here, you can always move your ruler up, or just get another ruler and position it on the end, button it up. So that's that option. Or, like I say, you can just cut it.
That's when those really big cutting mats come into their own, don't they? If you've got a big table, you can spread a mat like that out on and cut. It's great. Or a little job for Quilt Club, when you go along to Quilt Club, where you can get like a really big table to yourself, you know.
Yeah, and it's always best to get the biggest cutting mat you possibly can. So, And the biggest stash that you possibly can. I think that's really important too. You've got to work on that, definitely.
Yeah, you really, it's a lifetime's job.
Definitely. So,
message from Sue.
Hello.
So great to see the lovely Victoria today.
Thank
She's
you.
a fab demonstrator. Love to you all, Sue,
Thank
who's
you.
in Hythe. Love to you as well, Sue.
Aww.
It's been brilliant having you here today. Another message across the... Oh, hello, come on, stick with it. Fascinating method and beautifully explained. Lovely to see you again, Stuart. Thank you. Look forward to many more tips. Love, Alex. That's Alex who's in Cambridgeshire. Thank you both, for both of us. Yeah, it is such a brilliant technique, isn't it? And this is a really easy block.
Yeah.
It's not a difficult block at all.
No, once you've done one, you've done the whole lot, really, haven't you?
Yeah. Now, when you come to put this together...
Yeah. Oh, yes, that's what I was going to say.
I want you to finish this quilt.
I know.
I mean, I don't mean now, today.
Be a bit boring, wouldn't it, if I was to do the whole lot?
No, I could watch you draw or paint anything. Drink tea.
Right.
But just, will you tell us a little bit about joining?
Yeah. So,
because we
obviously...
don't take the paper out now, do we?
No. And that helps you join it as well. Okay. So, all across here, you haven't got to line up any seams or anything like that. So it's great for that. And then it's just these like L-shaped parts that you need to, and obviously the square in the middle that you need to match. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, if it doesn't match 100% on it's so busy. It's not like the end of the world, is it? So the way I do it is I'm going to use one of these cute butterfly pins. Right. So the way I do it, is I would put a pin into that section there, because this is where I want to join onto the other block.
That's the point that matches, isn't it? Just inside the seam allowance.
Yeah. So then I would go through to my other piece, and I would look on the back and get it coming out at the same spot. Okay. Now, these blocks are actually really easy to put together, so I wouldn't necessarily do this. But if it was a more complicated foundation paper piecing, I would stitch a little bit across there, so a few stitches, and then open it out. In fact, let's do that.
Yeah.
So I'm holding that now. You can put a pin in it if you like, just to hold it.
That's such a brilliant tip. Those pins, by the way, that Victoria's using are $6.99 for an assorted sewing pin pack. You've got little flowers, you've got butterflies, and you've got glass-headed pins.
Okay, so I can now open that up, and I can see that that is pretty much spot on. Yeah.
Gorgeous.
So now what I'm going to do is, so if that was off, I could just unpick that little bit and try again. And then again, I mean, you don't even have to put the pin in, to be honest. It's so easy. Just make sure those are lined up there. Can you see? So at the corners, they need to be adjoined.
So you could again base there if you wanted to.
Yeah.
I think if you've never tried foundation piecing before and you've only done regular piecing, you'll be used to blocks that move, shift, are slightly different sizes that need easing together. The difference here is it's almost like you're sewing two pieces of paper together. Paper doesn't stretch, it doesn't move. So when you put two 10-inch foundations together, as long as the edge, you don't move the edges apart, you sew them together, they're gonna meet where they're supposed to meet.
Yeah.
But if you want an insurance policy, something I sometimes do, especially if I have lots of match points, is I'll whack the stitch length on my machine up to maximum, okay, and then I will sew that seam based it. I'll open it out, I'll check it. If it's not absolutely perfect, that's much quicker and easier to unpick.
Yeah, exactly. So all I'm doing is just trying to get that nice and flat. So, and then you've got your points like that. And that was like no effort.
Stop it.
So what you need to do then, I would press these open, would you?
Yeah, definitely.
And then you just join in rows, and you've still got your foundation paper in for all of it.
And as you said, you're gonna sew the whole of the centre of the quilt together with the paper in.
Yeah.
You're going to add your border around the outside with the paper slit. Now the border around the outside doesn't have paper in it, does it?
No. This bit doesn't. None of this has from this onwards doesn't have paper in. That's just pieced as 1/4 inch seams.
So all I would say is, tiny bit of advice, when you add that purple border around the outside, because you're sewing non-stabilised fabric to stabilised fabric on a foundation, pin really well and use a walking foot.
Yeah.
Because what you don't want is for the top fabric to move and slip out of position.
Yeah.
Get everything pinned together. Absolutely. Your centre, you'll never make a more precise and perfectly measured.
Yeah.
If that quilt centre is meant to be 44.5 inches square, it'll be it, won't it?
Yeah. Because sometimes your border can be a bit longer or a bit shorter, can't it? But it'll be spot on.
It'll be spot on. It'll be spot on. So keep it spot on. Use that walking foot.
Yeah.
And there it is.
That's it.
That's it.
Easy.
That's your quilt.
Yeah.
Over to you. It's amazing, isn't it? Thanks ever so much,
That's okay.
Victoria.
I enjoyed that one.
Yeah. Fab, innit?
Yeah.
And thanks for this morning.
No worries, thank you.
You do definitely need to come back more often, please.
Yeah, I know. I'll try.
I have spoken, make it happen. We've all spoken. Everyone's been saying we want you more often, thanks. Right, well, thank you very much, Victoria, for a wonderful, wonderful morning.
Thank
a message
you.
from Meg across the bottom. Thank you for all the tips. Bought this first thing.
Oh,
so
brilliant.
excited, it's beautiful. Meg's in Wakefield.
Good. Lovely.
You can have so much fun making that,
Yeah,
Meg.
you will.
And then also one from Neve. Come back. Just wanted to say happy Christmas to Victoria.
Oh,
Great
thank
demo
you.
too. Thanks, Neve.
Thank you.
We're at that time, aren't we?
I know.
I need to say happy Christmas to you as well.
Crumbs.
Have a good one.
Thank you, and you.
Just lounging there, being fed by your sister-in-law.
I know, it's a hard life.
Oh, it really is. I'm doing the same.
Are you?
My sister-in-law's also cooking Christmas dinner for the whole family, you know. We'll pitch in and help, of course.
How many of you are there?
I think there's probably going to be about 18 or 20, something
crikey.
like. I know, that's taking one for the team,
You'll be on
it?
washing up duty.
It really will. Oh, I think I'm going to be a little bit, I don't know, we'll see. No, I will, of course I will. Oh gosh, it's a small price to pay. Now, before we go, I have got some amazing fabric bundles just to share with you if you love Tula Pink. This is the bundle of all bundles. This is the Mega Fat Quarter bundle. This is from Tula's Curiouser and Curiouser collection. Now, this collection has a total of 48 fat quarters. That is incredible. You're saving 10%. It's $143.98. It should be more than that, but it's $143.98. You can get 2 split pays of $71.99 for this. It's absolutely amazing. Look at all those incredible colours in there. It is such a beautiful, beautiful collection. You've got 48 fat quarters. $2.99 a fat quarter. Well, I don't think you'd get Tula Pink anywhere else for that. That's extremely limited. Is there enough for one for me? That is absolutely delicious. There's one. We've also got this one right here. Now, this is also Curiouser and Curiouser, isn't it? This is a 25-piece. Yes, 25-piece fat quarter bundle. So this is a selection of those fabrics. It's delicious. Look at that. Oh, wow. So dazzling. Look at them all. And that's $79.99 for 25 fat quarters. They are beautiful. There's only 2 of those available. So snap those up. Now, after the break, we've got our last hour together. It's going to be one last hour of Black Tag deals before the big Black Friday day tomorrow. But stay with me for one last hour. We've got some gorgeous, gorgeous things coming up. So stick around, have a quick break, and I will see you back here in 2.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Hi guys, I'm Becky Alexander Frost and I own a pattern brand called RJF Makes. RJF Makes is my initials, which is Rebecca Jane Alexander Frost, and most of you might know me as Baffer in the studio when John and Vic say our Baffer when I message in. Favourite thing to make? I think people know me by now. I like to make bags. As you can see, I've got a few bags behind me. Most of my patterns are bags, however there is a few craft style patterns available as well. Claim to fame, I used to previously be on another sewing channel with John and Vix and the team. And basically I used to work alongside some famous pattern designers, testing for them. What got me into sewing was my mom. When I was 5, I was standing next to her while she was sewing some bridesmaids dresses for me and my sister, and basically I asked if I could learn to sew. She said I was a bit immature, still immature by the way. She said I'm a bit young to learn, her words, and basically she said maybe when you're a bit older. So when I turned 8, I basically learned to hand sew, and by the age of 11 I had my first sewing machine. I'm now in my late 30s but still act that 8-year-old. my favourite tools or top tips. So, I have two best friends. One's called the Bulky Sea Maid, which is this, and one is called Quilt Estate. This will help anybody, the Bulky Sea Maid will help anybody if you're got something bulky going underneath your presser foot. This will stop any stitches from jumping and basically missing a stitch. Now this is my best friend when I come to put in zips, and you'll see me use this a lot, I mean a lot. Thank you ever so much, and I'll see you all soon. Bye.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Now you're there. Great to have your company this morning. It's Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's actually, we've just tipped over into afternoon, so good afternoon to you. We've got our last hour here on Sewing Street, and it's a mega hour of black tag deals. So every single thing that we're going to have in the next hour is going to have a price crash on it. There are loads of wonderful bargains to be had. And remember, none of these deals are going to be repeated or shown or brought back out again for Black Friday. This is it, okay? The prices that we crash to will then go back up to normal price at midnight tonight. So today's the opportunity, and we've got an absolutely super selection of fabrics, bundles. Let's start with a mega fat quarter bundle of solids. Now then, these earn their place in your stash every single day of the week, I think. Every time you make a project and you need a little of this, a bit of that, some more of, you know, whatever colour you need. This is a huge selection. You've got 67 fat quarters of fabric. Now we've sorted these into colour piles. My inclination, of course, is always to separate things out into a rainbow, but we'll settle on the. I mean, it's just incredible the sort of blues that you've got from azure. This is a green. And like a sort of an RAF blue, navy. You've got this amazing turquoise, the deepest, darkest navies, sky, sapphire. You've got these wonderful sky blues, cobalt, sky blues, £1.74 a fat quarter. These are all quilting weight cottons, 100% cotton, of course. They're going to blend beautifully with all the other designer ranges that we do, Riley Blake, Moda, Free Spirit. They'll blend with batiks absolutely perfectly. Of course, they're all washable as well. They're going to fit beautifully in your quilts. You can, of course, make a whole quilt just out of solids. Look at all these amazing pinks, everything from blush, coral, rose pink, magenta. Let's reduce that price now to £1.49 per fat quarter, making the whole bundle £99.99. We've still got the split pays there, £49.99. 2 split pays of £49.98, sorry, 99, beg your pardon, and that's it. Oh, okay, it's been that price before, so we're going to crash again. It's Black Friday warm-up. Let's have some more money off. Yeah, let's do it. £5 off? Yeah, why not? £94.99. We've still kept the split pays, so now it's only £1.41 for a fat quarter. The lowest price we've ever done. Absolutely the lowest price we've ever done on this fat quarter bundle. Remember, you're getting 67 fat quarters. Look at all the greens that you're getting. Kelly green and forest green, Christmas green. You're getting those lovely leaf, moss, sage, khaki. Absolutely lovely. Be really careful if this is in your basket, because we've got 2 of these bundles left. So if it goes in, do check out. Look at all the fawns, pale gold, tan, ivory. Now I know it's a bit of an investment in your stash, but you are building a lot of fabric into your stash by including this bundle. And it means that then every time you do a project and you need a little bit of a particular colour, maybe you're making soft toys and you need a particular bit of orange, say, for the beak on the owl, or you need a particular little bit of grey or black for the badger or something like that. Maybe you're doing a wonderful woodland applique quilt. Think of how this would cover all the bases. £94.99, and that is for 16 3/4 meters of fabric. That's absolutely incredible. Do make sure you're checking out. We do only have 2 of those bundles, and at this moment in time, 7 of you have got this bundle in your basket. Now then, we've got a little bit of a manager's special. Love our manager's specials here. We had this on the other day. We've managed to get a bit more stock. So this bundle that we've got right here is the June Taylor cut and press. This is the 11-inch size. Cutting mat on one side, pressing mat on the other. For me, this is the perfect size. Now, we just saw Victoria Carrington doing the foundation pieced solar flare quilt. This would be absolutely perfect as you go to next to you. Cutting your strips, folding back your paper, cutting to the 1/4 inch, flip it over, pressing your fabrics out and going on and adding your next. You know, little mini iron or a travel iron next to this, and then you can just stay behind your sewing machine and enjoy your sewing. So you're getting that. Got the carry handle as well, so it's perfect for taking to class or up and down the stairs or from one room to the next. But then you're also getting a pack of Bondaweb. This is 17.5 centimetres wide, and you're getting 1.2 metres of that. And then you're also getting an applique mat. So this is a sort of non-stick, reusable pressing worksheet. So when you're doing your appliques, lay this over the top of your appliques, iron, so nothing sticks to your iron. Or you can put this underneath to protect your ironing surface, but it's really, really useful. Now the whole price for that should be £44.97. But we're going to reduce the price down to what it would cost if you were just getting the June Taylor cut and press. So you're getting your Bondaweb and your applique mat for free, £34.99. That's a terrific price. Now remember, these won't be repeated or beaten tomorrow on Black Friday. We won't see these again. This is the deal for today. $34.99. That was a manager's special. Yeah, that's a really useful bundle. Actually, because of course your Bond web you'll use up, but your applique mat, your June Taylor cut and press, you'll be using for years. Absolutely marvellous. Now we've got some Liberty fat quarters. This is a random selection and you get 10, but they're all Liberty fabrics. They're all Liberty 100% cotton quilt weight. So these aren't the lawns, these are all the quilt weight cottons. This is one selection. Remember, they'll come at random. Oh, that's a bit of all right, isn't it? Lovely. Oh, these go together really nicely. We've only had these on air once before. They sold like hotcakes. Yeah, we sold over 200 in that hour. We don't have 200 now. We've got 4 of these. But we're going to match the price, $24.99. Those are going to go really quickly, aren't they? These are all Liberty fabrics, remember. Well done if you got these on pre-order. We do just have 4 left. So be very, very quick if you're going to go for your 10 mystery fat quarters from Liberty. All right. Keep going through, remember, check out your basket. Now then, let's have a little move around. Come with me and we'll see. I'm touching it. Stratosphere, love it. Love anything that has that kind of palette to it, that creates, because I see so many possibilities. It's like a box of crayons, isn't it? This is called Stratosphere and it's from Free Spirit. Now what's fabulous about this, I'm just going to open out one of the fabrics, is that each individual fabric has so many possibilities in it, because it has this kind of, like the stratosphere I suppose, layers of shading, darks, lights. It's not an ombre in the sense that it starts dark and goes out light or light to dark, anything like that, but it has these multi-layers, which for my money makes it more useful. I mean, absolutely fantastic, cut into thin strips as really interesting dynamic sashings, borders, bindings, of course. But also if you're making even something really simple, like a simple jelly roll quilt, jelly roll race quilt, something like that, or just very simple strip piecing, you get a lot more bang for your buck because the fabric's interesting. But it also comes into its own when you start cutting it up and piecing it. Now again, this has been super popular on pre-order. We've just got 2 bundles left. Now then, it's $131.78 at the moment. How would you feel about £10 off that price? What about £20 off? What about 30? This is turning into bid TV. What am I bid? £30 off, £30 off, £30 off. Let's make £32 off and get under £100. And let's be done with it. Come on, Kat. £99.78. That's more like it. So that's a £32 saving. That's terrific. You could buy a dress for the party, Kat. Are you going to be coming? Yes. Oh, there's so many lovely colours. Blues, reds. That tan and cream are super. Teal. 5 of you have this in your basket. You're not all going to get it because we've only got 1 left now. So do check out. Well done to every one of you that checked out. Look at this lot. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. It is absolutely stunning, and it's under £100. You're getting half a metre of each one. These aren't fat quarters. They're all Free Spirit quilt weight cottons, which means, of course, they are going to be perfect in your quilts, your bag projects, cushions, clothing. God, they'd make amazing clothing, wouldn't they? That is really beautiful collection. Absolutely stunning. And if you loved Tim Holt's Alchemy range, that would go with it. I'm going to leave this. There's 9 of you with it in your basket, and there's that one left. So I'm going to pop that safely out of the way so that I don't take it. Now then, we've got some little bit of Kaif. This is cute. So this is a nice little inspiration bundle, I guess. I'm going to open this fabric out so you can see. It's a really lovely bit of Kaif facet there. So you're getting that fat quarter, and then you're also getting 2 coordinating fat quarters that go with it. Rose and Hubble cotton, you're getting a turquoise, and you're also getting this really deep Emperor purple, which goes beautifully with the Kaif facet. Now, the original price for this wasn't $7.99, was it? Well, that's an amazing price to start with for 3/4 metre of fabric, but we're going to drop that price down now, and we are going to make it under £5. You're kidding me. $4.99. Well, that's a bargain. What a fab deal. Thank you. That's from Michelle in Devon. That was about the Stratosphere, but I mean, they're all fab deals, aren't they? They really are. Now, make sure that you go through with this. Check out your basket. We've got less than 20 of these, and it's only $4.99. It's really cool. £1.66 a fat quarter. You can pay $4.99 for a Kaif facet fat quarter. That would make a really fun challenge for a quilt group or a sewing group, wouldn't it? At the Christmas party, everyone gets the 3 fat quarters, and the challenge is to make something that is then, everyone brings it back later on in the year. We've got, what have we got, less than 20? Oh, less than 10 now. So it'd be quite a small quilting group. But you could do that. Okay, that's not going to last very long. I'm intrigued by this panel, actually. I'm just going to grab this. Oh, this is fun. This is fun. Oh, I like this. It's a bit different. This is Henry Glass, and it's called Man Cave. I'm just going to turn it around. Oh, this is fun. I like it. I'd like to claim that my tool area in the shed looked like this, with that beautiful pegboard and everything in its place. And some people even draw around the tool, don't they? So that when the tool gets taken off, they know exactly where to put it back. Elliot, is your dad that man? And the little pots with the different screws. This is amazing. That's really fun. Let's chop the price in half. It was $9.99. Let's make it $4.99 for Henry Glass panel. There's a lot of possibilities there. You could make a really fun kind of work bag out of that with all the tools. What about a kneeler for when you're kneeling down doing jobs? Or, yeah, I think that's fun. Or you could even make like a little like tool apron. That would be fun. That's great. Lining of a bag as well. That would be fun. Yeah, that's really cool. I like that very much. We get to see so many different fabrics here on Sewing Street, don't we? Whether your taste is something really modern, bright, subtle and quiet, or whether you like kind of fun, unique prints. There's an image of that panel. It's $4.99. Yeah, you could make a tool roll out of that. That is a really fun idea. Or it would just make a great wall hanging, just a little something for the old, I don't want to call it a man cave because that's very, you know, but, you know, it's called man cave, isn't it, the fabric? You can make a little wall hanging. Oh, Elliot wants a wall hanging made so that he can actually hang the tools in the same places. That's very specific, and we'd have to find very specifically sized tools. But I do think things are I'm not convinced things are that size actually in real life. They're not exactly real life sized. But it's a really fun panel, that. I like it. Good. Are these the ombre? Oh, sorry, where? These ones, yeah. Okay. So these are called gemstones. Oh, this is nice. Wow, I wasn't expecting this. Oh, that's lovely. That's a bit different. So it's one big kind of square panel, grey background. I mean, that would just be amazing. Layered, quilted, big floor cushion. Big floor cushion. That would look amazing. It's only been on air 3 times before. It's always been $15.99, but we are dropping the price to $11.99. That's terrific. This would also be gorgeous as a backing for a wall hanging, because size-wise, what size basically is this? What's the 1 metre by 1 metre? So that would be great. Collector in Dorset says, I'm going to make a cover for my 3-year-old grandson's workbench using the man cave. That is terrific. What a lovely idea. Yeah, it's perfect. Or an apron. You could make it into an apron, couldn't you, with a pocket? And yeah, so many possibilities with that piece of fabric for $4.99. It's amazing. But $11.99 for this. Now, I would definitely buy this, if nothing else, for a quilt backing, because it's a great size, it's a great design, but it would equally, of course, make the most wonderful front of a wall hanging. You could add piecing if you wanted to. You could just layer it, quilt it, maybe add a little bit of embellishment and then just bind it. I would pick out one of those solids and I would just bind it. That's terrific. Now that's that panel with a grey background. It's just a nice soft silver grey backing or background. I'll pop that to one side. We've got another option in a white background, and I'll show that to you. So I think pretty much everything else is the same. Now again, this has only been on air 3 times before, and we're dropping that to $11.99. Now it's never been reduced in price before. This is the one opportunity to snag this one. I think that's really fab. The other thing, of course, is you could cut this fabric up. It would make really exciting cushions, wouldn't it? I mean, what I'm going to do is just for a moment, because you could fussy cut, but I also think that just cutting it into sort of basically into quarters and turn that into a cushion with piping, bright coloured piping around the outside edge. 4 cushions like that would just be really lovely, be really nice. You could have that as outside cushions in the garden in the spring, or it'd also really like freshen up a conservatory, or maybe you've got a caravan, you want to give it a little freshen up. They were just, I think they're fun and playful, aren't they? They make me think of kind of being outdoors, kind of almost festival-y. Make a great bag as well, or a couple of bags out of that. It's a real bargain for $11.99 for such a unique piece of fabric. Let's do Henry Glass. Now these are available separately and also as a bundle. I'll show you them separately first of all. So let's start with the purple. Now this was from a range that Henry Glass did called Mid-Century Modern. This is a really cool piece of fabric because this does have an ombre effect. So if I just hold it up for a second, oh, there we go. So lighter in the centre through to dark in the outside. It also kind of makes me think of traditional woven textiles from countries like Guatemala that have the stripes and have these purples, lime greens and pinks woven in. And sometimes you see like stacks of these blankets. They look amazing. This is a really cool piece of fabric, isn't it? It's $8.99. And then I'm just going to show you the blue and green version. Oh, this is even nicer. Look at that. So many possibilities in a piece of fabric like that. I think even if you don't know what you do with it, that is worth having in your stash. It was originally $9.99, $8.99 now. Oh, however, you can buy these together, which I think would be the best way to buy them. I mean, they go together absolutely beautifully. Look at that. I mean, they're just stunning. Both of them, $12.99. Wowza. Wowza. That's amazing. Well done if you bought that on pre-order. I know lots of you did. You've just got both fabrics for $12.99. There is a lot of possibilities in that metre of fabric, isn't there? It's absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. Do make sure you're checking out your baskets. We're nearly at the end of the morning. We are going to get through as much as we possibly can, though. I'm going to just keep on going. Now then, where should we go next? Let's do a bit of Christmas, shall we? Let's do a little bit of Christmas. This panel, I think, is absolutely delightful. This is really lovely. It's a little bit different, this one. It's a Riley Blake, and it's got a vintage feel. I think it's got almost a Victorian. I think it's got a Victorian feel. Those are the wrong graphics at the moment, so hold fire. Oh, yeah, of course. So you've got the Buttermilk Acres. I know which one that is. I'm saying that. Do I know which one that is? It's this one, is it? Oh. Yeah. Right. Let me just open this up. So this one's called Christmas at Buttermilk Acres. Is that the one? Just two designs. You've got 4. That's it. That's it. Just wondering, oh, wait a minute. Hold up. Ah, there we go. It's been cut into 2 panels. Okay. Oh, it's confusing me. So this is a Christmas panel bundle. So you're getting these 4 panels. Okay. Wow, this is cool. It's a bit different. Let me just turn this around so you can see. Ah, there we go. So you've got kind of, it's quite a vintage look, isn't it? You've got the reindeer dashing through the snow with Santa Claus on the back. Just all done in greys and blacks on a kind of tea dye almost background. Then you've got Santa, I think, is he checking his list? It looks like he's checking his list. I think he's certainly checking it at least twice. And then you've got Santa going down the chimney. And then, is he leaving? Oh no, he's going through the front gate. I think he's going through the front gate. You see, not everyone has a chimney, do they? Some of us require the old magic key. You know about the magic key, right? So if you haven't got a chimney, obviously you lock your door at night. Santa needs to be able to get in, so he has a magic key that works in every lock. No, Elliot, oh please. Elliot said he thought he went through the extractor, honestly. He's got a tummy on him, he wouldn't fit through the extractor. That's cute though. Now $14.98, sorry, let's get back to business. $14.98. And that's for both of those panels, so you're getting 4. And they're really big, they're a really good size. You're getting both of those for $14.98. Now this one, again, Following on with that retro feel, quite a Victorian look to this, I think. And this is sort of like postcards. Let me just move that over very slightly. There we go, that's better. Really nice colour palette, this one too, because rather than that sort of usual red, it's more of a kind of orangey tone, sort of tomato soup red almost. Yeah, lovely. Oh, wait, little bowl of tomato soup, lovely. Now this has only ever been £10.99 and that's the price that's showing at the moment, but we are going to drop that price. Oh wow, £6.99. It's over a rectangle. The rectangular panels, what I think is super useful with this is this would make a gorgeous set of 6 placemats for the table. I mean, I would cut this out. Don't cut right to that black line. You want to cut 1/4 inch. You've just got enough space in between them to cut 1/4 inch all the way around. Then I would add a little border, a solid, maybe some of that sort of tomatoey red, maybe a little bit of green or gold, something like that, maybe a 1.5 inch border around there, and then layer it, quilt it and bind it, or even layer it, bag it through and then quilt it. And that would make 6 placemats for £6.99 plus the cost of your backing. I mean, scraps of batting, really, if you've got those, splice them together to make your enough batting for each one. That is great. I bring you tidings of great joy, and it will be to all people. You'll find the babe wrapped in cloths, lying in a manger. It's so cute, isn't it? It's really lovely, and it has a lovely bit of nostalgia about it. But I also like the fact that it has, you know, those bits about the first Christmas, that sort of real Christmas message about the birth of Jesus. I think it's really beautiful. And I love the fact that it's kind of like big postcards. Cute, 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 cute. Now do check out, because half the stock, more than half the stock has gone. So that is lovely. And like I say, would make some really nice placemats. Quick and easy. Just bring a little bit of handmade to the Christmas table. Now then, this is a sweet panel. This would be great for a throw, a big wall hanging. You could just make it into a banner. You could add, no, it's not that one. Oh, okay. Well, this still, I would turn this into like a sort of wall banner. I'll just kind of hold it up to start with. This is a bit farmy, so I like that. It's Santa with a tractor. Look, how much fun is that? It's never been discounted before. It should be £14.99, but it's a Black Friday warm-up special. So we're going to go under £10. We'll make it £8.99. I thought it was going to be £9.99. That's superb. That's superb. Quite pays to hang on, doesn't it, a little bit? £8.99 is fab. So yeah, I would just hem it on all sides. I would add some simple tab tops to the top, and I might add something like just some fringe or some little kind of pennants at the bottom, and then I would hang it from a pole, and that would be really, really lovely, wouldn't it? Kind of instant Christmas decoration. It's really cute. Really cute. You could also make a mega Christmas present sack out of this. Just back it, add drawstring top like a channel across the top on both sides, and then thread through some nice cord, maybe bright red or gold, that would be fun, or a bright green to pull up, and that could be like a real big present sack. You know, if you were giving something like a tricycle, excuse me, a little tricycle or something like that to a toddler for Christmas, you're not going to wrap that, surely. Or if someone's got, you know, especially if it's really badly wrapped tricycle, I wouldn't fancy trying to wrap a tricycle. But you could pop that into a really big bag, couldn't you? Well, that's a terrific bargain. I like that. Now then, where is this Santa Claus going? Shush. We're limited by our options. Oh, is it this one? No. It's not that one. That's the last Christmas one. Let's go picture. No, we haven't got that one. We haven't got that one on the table. But that is very cute. It's $13.99 at the moment. It's called Santa's Night Out. Let's go under £10. What? Okay. Oh, it won't let us crash the price, but it will be $8.99 if you buy it. Yeah? Will that just go through at checkout? Oh, it'll be amended. Yeah, so that's called Santa's Night Out. I love the fact that it's going shush. Don't tell anybody, will you? Yeah, big night out. Goodness me. I always imagine that Santa has a big holiday after Christmas Eve, because my goodness me, you'd be exhausted, wouldn't you? Yeah, I'd take a 364-day break after that. It's a hard worker. Now, fat quarter bundle. Yeah, this is lovely. Oh, this is called Sea to Sand. This is nice. I like this. Now, you've got a dark blue, which is like a mottle, like a two-tone, two shades of like a tealy blue. That's really nice. Then you've got this real crisp kind of seaside sky. You wish. I wish. Then you've got that sand. And then you've got fluffy white clouds, haven't you? That's really lovely. That's a nice little stash builder. They're $6.99. No, $5.49 for a metre of fabric, but you're getting 4 different colours in there. A fat quarter of each. That's sky to sand, sea to sand. And how much per fat quarter? £1.37. They're all 100% cotton, all quilt weight, so they're going to work beautifully. They're a great stash builder, aren't they? It's a great time to do it. Can I open this out? I want to see this. Oh, this is fun. Oh, I like this. Wow. Is this... Are these for masks? Maybe. Look at that. Yeah, I think originally this would have been for mask making, but I mean, just treat it as a this would be so much fun to use to make a children's quilt out of, especially of the I Spy variety. If you're not familiar with what that is, you know, it's where you use lots of different novelty fabrics, feature fabrics, okay? And then you cut out maybe squares or half square triangles, hexagons, something like that. Piece them together. And then you've got all sorts in a quilt, and then you can sit down with children and play I Spy. So, I spy, can you find the ghosts? Oh, there they are. I spy with my little eye, something beginning with P. Yeah, pirate ship, there we go, or pins. Be prepared to, you know, negotiate. Little dinosaurs there. Can you find something red? Can you find something purple? You know, if you're playing with younger children and you want to teach them the colours. And then you've got those animal faces on there as well, which could be really, really fun to try and identify the different animals. Now, this should be $12.99, but we're going to chop that in half and make it $6.99. $6.49. That's awesome. It's one of those fabrics that's just a great stash builder. So you've got loads of variety of fabric on a really affordable piece of fabric, $6.49. Love it. You could also use it to make masks. Yes, if you want to. People are still wearing them. Children are still wearing them too. That is really fun. I like that very much. Never seen that before. Yeah, let's have a little look. We've got a couple more panels here. Now, this was another manager's special. Do they come as two? They come as a two. Yeah, you get both. So this was a manager's special. Now this is one of our sort of mega, oh, look at that, mega panel. Oh, look at that, that's lovely. Now, so this is to make a tote bag. Really lovely, look at that. You've got the instructions on the panel. It's a real beautiful kind of watercolour effect. Really very pretty. Oh, those are lovely. So you get a blue version, and then you also get a red version. It's a nice picture actually of both of those bags made up. Like, look at that, aren't they lovely? Those are gorgeous. Shall I show you the red panel as well? Oh, that's stunning. That is really stunning. Look at that. I'm going to turn that around. So originally these should be $39.98 for the two. Look at those. And if you didn't want to make the tote bag, I mean, they'd be absolutely beautiful to make cushions, or you could piece them into a really lovely quilt, I think, actually. $38.98. $39.98 is $19.99 each. We're going to drop the price. Let's do buy one, get one free. Seriously, $19.99 for both. You can't get them anywhere else, they're exclusive to us. You could be very generous with this, couldn't you? And get $19.99, get them both, give one as a gift. You're giving $19.99's worth of panel to a friend. It's actually not really costing you anything, because $19.99 is the price for one. Now, it was a manager special last week, but we've managed to restock, but not many. Not many at all. We've got less than half of what we sold last time, so we've not got a lot. Now, if you already bought that panel and you think, oh, I wouldn't mind another of those, you can get them. They're $19.99 for two of our mega panels. They really are beautiful, those. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, do check out your baskets. Remember, somebody can always come along and take what's rightfully yours. But it isn't yours until you've checked out. So do remember to check out. You can go back in and get something else. Don't worry, you won't pay more postage. Can we have a look at this? This is a very cute Christmas panel. It's got a lovely, oh, soft and gentle. That's ever so pretty. That's really lovely. Look at that. And again, you could make that up into a little quilt. Be ever so sweet for baby's first Christmas, or a toddler for their bed, you know, although they probably never get to sleep. Be too excited, wouldn't they, with Santa on the bed. But also you could just really simply hem it on all four sides, add tabs at the top and hang it. Just hang it up. Or you could, if you're a bit decent with a bit of wood batten and a couple of nails or little pins, you could create a frame and then just fold the fabric around the edge, staple it to the frame, and then have that on the wall as like a big fabric picture. And the price at the moment is $14.99. It's always been $14.99, but today is our warm-up, so this is going down to $10.99. Okay, so just $10.99 for that panel. Very, very cute. The colours are soft and muted. It's really lovely. These offers won't be beaten, and they're not going to be repeated tomorrow either. We're not going to beat them. We're not going to repeat them. This is it. One day only. It's so cute. And that's the kind of thing you bring out every year too. Really lovely. You could also use it to back a Christmas quilt. If you've made a Christmas wall hanging, you could back it. Now, a couple more Christmassy panels. Now, these are available on their own or as a bundle. Should we start with red? Let's start with the red. I haven't seen these before, and these are Moda. Oh, this is lovely. I like this. I like this. So these are nice, gentle sentiments. Now these would be lovely. There's various things you could do with this. Believe, love, faith, peace, hope, joy. So how would you use those? Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, so you create like a runner out of the whole thing, or cut them up. Yeah, you could create little mats to put your little, dish of nuts or your little dish of sweeties or something like that on the table. You could also turn these. I think what would be really nice is you'd want a stiffened backing, but then if you had Hessian, okay, with the edge fringed, yeah, and then cut this out and fuse that to the front, and then put like a little bit of twine, little ribbon, little embellishment, and then actually hang them either on the tree, on doorknobs. So almost like a little, around the house, just to remind everybody, peace, faith, hope, joy, love. Or what about creating little scented sachets or hand warmers? So cut these out, back them, yeah, sew around the edges, leave a little gap, turn them to the right side, and then fill them with something that's kind of microwavable and will heat up, something like wheat or barley. You can use things like rice for this, because you're not going to leave them out. And then tuck them in your pockets when you go for a walk on Christmas Day. $7.99 for that panel. Now we also have that panel, exactly the same sentiment, same layout, but in a green. And this is very lovely. I like this. That's a really nice colour combination. It's going to drop down in price. $7.99. That's a really deep green. It's really classy, that, isn't it? It's lovely. Now, if you want both panels together, you can do that. Now, obviously, the original price for those would be $19.98. We've dropped the price, of course, buying them individually to $7.99. Yeah. But if you buy them both together, so that'd be $15.98. Yeah. However, if you buy both panels together, you can get them for $12.98. Yeah, another £3 saving. Terrific. And you can see the difference there as well. The green version is a kind of brighter cream background to the words, and then on the red it's a more sort of dark, more of a tan colour. So it mix and match really nicely. You could add some piecing around them, piece them back together, make a bit of a quilt. The little squares I think would make really cute hanging decorations on the tree. I would cut them out, back them, pad them, stuff them, and then add like a little tassel hanging off the bottom centre, and then a hanging loop at the top, and they would be really lovely. You could even put something scented inside them, maybe something warm and spicy or something pine scented to make your Christmas tree smell if you have an artificial tree, something like that. Yeah, I always buy the I have an artificial tree because of Mrs. Mills. We try to discourage her from climbing trees. But I like the smell of a Christmas tree, so I have that pine scent that you can spray on your tree, and it just makes the whole thing a bit more atmospheric. Really lovely. Now do keep checking out your baskets on that bundle. Lots of you are going for that. It's a really good deal, isn't it? $12.98 for both panels. And again, if you don't think you've got time to make these up into something this year, Christmas has proved so popular, it's being repeated next year. You could put it aside, and when you've got a little bit more time in the new year, you could make some projects out of it then. Each panel only costs £6.49 if you buy them together, which is an amazing deal for Moda panel. Some of you are buying multiples there. I don't blame you. It's a good opportunity, isn't it? Now, Moda, words to live by. Again, if we're talking sentiments, this is lovely. It's got a little bit of sewing ephemera on it, which I think is lovely. But then it's also got a lot of just good advice for life generally. I mean, of course, the sewing accoutrement is just to remind us, you know, don't forget to sew every day, will you now? But for £16.99 for this panel, and what you've got there are 16 different designs, and they've all got a line around them, so they could be cut out, pieced together with patchwork, make a quilt, make a big wall hanging. They could also be used for bags, cushions, or framed. Everyone belongs. You are strong. Give more than you get. Buy flowers. Yeah. Be kind wherever possible. And by the way, it's always possible. When life hands you lemons, make lemonade. Lemonade. Make a gin and tonic. Or lemon drizzle cake. Use what's right in front of you. Dream, do, repeat. Take a deep breath, exhale. You've got this. Be yourself. Happy heart makes a happy home. It's just lovely, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous, that. So much inspiration. Now, currently price £16.99. It's our warm-up for Black Friday. We are almost done. We've just got a couple of minutes left. Can we do a lovely price crash, please? Come on, Kat. Let's take £5 off. £11.99. There we go. For a Moda panel featuring 16 really big, different designs. It's really lovely. And don't forget as well, we had the Gingerbread Words to Live By jelly roll is also available for, I think, is it £34.99? Which is a great price reduction, £9 saving there as well, which of course tones in beautifully with the colours. Or just raid your stash. Do what makes you happy. Now let's just have a little whiz back over. We've got a little set from Simplicity. Now this is a little bundle all together that I'm going to show you. It's all from Simplicity. It's ever so cute. Just whiz that over slightly there. There we go. Now what you've got in this set is you've got a rotary cutter complete with a little fabric case. You've got a pair of scissors in a sheath. You've also got a seam ripper and a gauge, a sewing gauge. They're really useful. And then you've also got this adorable magnetic tin, which would be absolutely perfect for keeping your pins in. Yeah? Now all of that, you're saving £5 from the individual price. So £30 and 36 pence. You're saving £5 on buying each item individually. However, we're not dropping the price. No. Okay. That is your offer. It is a good offer. You've got a lot there. Rotary cutter, pair of scissors, seam ripper and gauge, and that magnetic tin. It's really giftable as well, isn't it? It's really 4 Christmas gifts for a touch over £30. That's ace. Love it. Love that set. Now, we haven't got a menu as such for tomorrow, but we have got this. There will be Black Friday deals all day. Black tag deals are going all day long. It's the 26th of November, of course. It's the day after Thanksgiving in America. And it starts at 8 a.m. Now it starts with John Scott, who's going to be kicking things off big styly, and he's going to be on air from 8 until 12. Now at 12 o'clock, our Vix will be taking over, and she'll be carrying on the black tag deals until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So extended hours. Whatever you had planned for tomorrow, just cancel it. Just cancel it. Just saying, it's Friday. It's a big Black Friday. Be here, or be square. And be here from 8 o'clock, because the deals for tomorrow are absolutely phenomenal. You're going to love them. You're going to want to know what those deals are, and you're going to want to get involved. So make sure you tune in at 8 a.m. with John Scott. Say hello to him for me, won't you? Might leave him a little note. I'm back here on Monday, but I'm here as a guest on Monday. And let me just tell you this, I'm launching a brand new bag panel. It's gorgeous. I'm slightly biased, but it's gorgeous. So I'm going to be launching that with our lovely Rebecca Reed at 10 o'clock on Monday. So please make sure you tune back in on Monday and join me then. But have a wonderful Black Friday, won't you? Do take advantage of all the fab deals that we've got lined up. And just all the fun as well. John's going to be on form, of course. Vix as well will be absolutely bubbly and gorgeous. So have a great time with them tomorrow. I will see you on Monday. Take care of yourselves and each other.